I'm going to pause here and tell you to get on the phone and call a friend, call a neighbor, call a coworker, church member, family member, and tell them that Center Stage is on the air and about to discuss the topic, Bill Cosby, facts the media never reveals. Again, I repeat, tonight's topic, Bill Cosby, facts the media never reveals. And before we begin, I want to state for the record, I take rape very seriously, and as a woman would never take the subject lightly. However, we must also know that a rape allegation is just that until proven. Bill Cosby has been accused of allegedly raping or having inappropriate sexual contact with over 55 women. That said, only one has made it to a court of law. So tonight, we will examine 29 of his alleged accusers and their attorney, Gloria Allred. Gloria Allred has a reputation of ambulance chasing rich black men like Mike Tyson, Eddie Murphy, Tiger Woods, O.J. Simpson, Herman Cain, Floyd Mayweather, Michael Jackson, and now Tigger. She turns these stories into media services with hope the accused will just pay up. She has stated Bill Cosby should just set aside $100 million and pay off her clients. That is a shakedown, and the legal to her is extortion. The flip side, Bill Cosby was no angel. I believe he habitually was unfaithful to his wife. However, that is a case for marital court, not civil or criminal court. His estimated net worth is $400 million, and I believe is the motivation for some, if not all, of these women alleging rape or some form of assault. That said, tonight we will attempt to show these cases and how the media has played them to be something that they're actually not. So, again, tonight's topic, Bill Cosby, facts the media never revealed. A reminder, the views and opinions of our guests do not necessarily reflect that of Center Stage, the host, or advertisers. With that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, our panel for tonight is Mr. Drew Hepkins. He is with True Story News. And he also has a wonderful YouTube channel and blog that we're going to direct you to tonight. We also have our second guest is Son.of.man. He's the leader and teacher of the new Nation of Islam. And tonight we will be simultaneously broadcasting on his YouTube channel, as well as his radio and TV show in Detroit, and on one of his conference calls. My third panelist tonight is Mr. Christopher Buns. He's our co-host around here. And last but not least is Hillary Winfield. She's a panelist here on Center Stage. So without any further ado, let me go to my panel. I'm going to try to find everybody on the board tonight. I see Christopher. I see Hillary. Let's see here. I see Mr. Drew Hepkins. And I believe right now we're waiting for Son.of.man to come back from commercial to pick us up where he is. But good evening, everyone. Welcome to the...
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Terry. Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
This is the Son.of.man. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Somebody's kind of got like an echo, so do know that you cannot have your phone and your computer going at the same time. Give you a kickback. Okay. Okay, that said, y'all heard my intro. Before we get into all these 29 women, do you all have any opening statements about this case or the Bill Cosby case before we begin? Let's start with you, Hillary.
Hi, Carrie. I was saying hi, Kathy. My thoughts on the case are I don't find many of the accusers to be very credible. And also, I would take exception with the media keep describing it as 55 women accusing Bill Cosby of rape because a significant portion of them are not alleging rape. I guess we'll discuss that more later.
Gotcha. I agree. Drew Hepkins, any opening statements?
Well, I have many statements. This was, there was transgressions all across the board, from you know, the
Call them
media,
and tell them to do something.
the part of the women to a lot of people in society, participation in this. I think that, you know, this should be a lesson learned and a cautionary tale for, you know, the future, that's not to participate in these returns without, you know, we should focus on putting these things in court where they belong and not on TV.
Sunday at 12. Okay, I'm kind of way lost. I think Christopher, son-of-man has got a feedback right now, so I haven't tried to let them fix that. But Christopher, any opening thoughts before we begin tonight?
Yes, thank you, and greetings to the rest of the guests on the panel. You know, Terry, I'm interested in truth versus speculation and facts versus faith. And I'm always interested in being a part of the discussion when black men are being vilified and basically there's been a rush to judgment before the evidence and the investigation has been in, and also that black men have had a history of basically being vilified and attempted to be destroyed by the main mainstream media. And it's very important that we, at least in terms of resistance, put up the investigation and review so that we're very sure, very comfortable among ourselves in our own community what actual.
I agree. We're going to open up Son-of-Man's phone line again and see if the feedback has gone away. Good evening, Son-of-Man. How are you?
Good evening. How you doing, Miss Hines?
Good. You have any opening statements before we start dissecting these 29 all-right accusers?
Well, the main thing is I would just like to greet the public in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the most merciful, the truthful, and the most just. And I greet all of you with the universal greetings of peace from the Lord of the worlds. May Allah's salam alaikum. And as I was listening to you, Ms. Hines, concerning the seriousness of rape, I would like to reiterate to you that I agree with you. Rape is a serious charge. It's a serious offense. And I don't condone rape by anyone. But at the same time, a man that has a reputation that have grown to be not just an icon, but we didn't call him that. The media called him America's dad. And that man has been entertaining since I was a teenager, and I'm 65 now. And he has pretty much been consistent in his stand on morality. And, you know, where he fell short with his wife, that's between him and his wife. But to try to suggest that he has raped or assaulted, drugged and assaulted 50-something women, and not one of them, not one, went and got a drug test, nor a rape kit done. And then they come in here 30 years later talking about suing that man.
That's an excellent point.
And Miss Aldrich, the teacher, she was a teacher at my high school.
Okay.
Miss Aldrich, who herself got raped when she went to some foreign country. Speak up. Mexico. So I can understand her position, because I actually think now, considering that what you just shared with me concerning how many times she has jumped in the lawsuits for, you know, this kind of thing, or some kind of, she's championing causes. I think she's still suffering from some of that trauma of having been raped.
Let's look at these cases that, you know, she's a seasoned attorney. I mean, and let's look at some of these cases, and the fact that if she is as seasoned as I thought she was, you would think that she would take some type type of responsibility for having an investigative team to look into some of these allegations before she accepts the cases, you would think.
No, I think she's bitter. I think she's bitter. I think she's bitter because
that might be right.
Because nothing was ever done. Matter of fact, she couldn't report hers down in Mexico for fear that she was going to be killed if she had brought something like that up. She just wanted to get out of there. And I think she done brought all them issues all of her life. She has never really been able to come to terms with that. And that's one of the reasons why she thinks that you should just believe somebody if they accuse you. If you know, she probably would never falsely herself have accused anybody. So she judges other people by the way she is. And that's a false world to live in.
I agree. Let's start with Donna Barrett. This allegedly happened in 2004. Ms. Barrett says that at the University of Pennsylvania, a stadium in 2005, when she and some of her teammates had finished a race, she asked the event photographer to snap a picture of them when suddenly a man grabbed her from behind. It turned out to be Cosby, she said. He had his arm on my waist and forcibly pulled me to his private area, saying, "Hey, back that thing up. Here, girl, back it up," she said. I felt his private parts against my backside. I cried out and tried to pull away from his vice-like grip on my waist. Now, you know, in 2005, you know, we're living in a time now in 2005, you could have gone to the police and you could have made a statement to the police to you know, show that, you know, you felt like you had been assaulted in some way. I don't believe that Ms. Barrett has any type of record of having gone to the police to make a statement that Mr. Cosby did this at this time. So I just question if somebody, you know, as publicly known as Bill Cosby would be out in public grabbing a white woman in that manner. Anybody else see a problem with that?
You know everybody that go ahead, brother. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I don't think that's not even the case of anything. And then, but also, she thinks that there are witnesses to this event which could corroborate it. So I don't know why she has them produce them. The things that she said that he said doesn't even sound like something a man of his age would say to somebody. But it's very questionable. It just seems like it's unsubstantiated, or it could be substantiated by the other witnesses and probably pictures of somebody who's taking that picture at the time. But I did recall from that case, she said that nobody else realized what was going on, but if he was grabbing her so forcefully and she was, you know, protesting, it seems like someone would have noticed since they were all gathered together to take a picture at the time.
I agree. Drew, you have any comments on Mr. Barrett?
Well, with this particular case, I mean, you know, to piggyback what you're saying, yeah, corroboration of the story is very vital to something like this. And that seems to be consistent with a lot of these claims, is that they didn't tell anyone or nobody saw, or, you know, and with a he say, she say type situation, that is what is necessary to even bother bringing up.
Well, I'll tell you something else that a lot of us, we need to realize that there's not been any black man that was a role model for us as a people that wasn't some kind of way, even Dr. King. They go and take all these pictures and try to parade them out in front of us to defame him. When this Dr. Cosby was a beloved and has been beloved by black people for throughout his career. Don't you think it's something strange about the news media just taking these women and parading all of them out in front of the world with something that they know couldn't go to court in the first place because the prescription on it done ran? But they bring them out there and don't question them for some kind of proof, especially being white women. I mean, since when does a white woman fear a so-called powerful black man? Ask OJ, do they fear you? No, ask, I'm talking about now, even.
But I'm saying those back in the 60s could probably say, you know, well, first of all, even back in the 60s, you would think, you know, with Jim Crow and all that going on, or, you know, in 70s and 60s, like they're alleging Bill Cosby did, a white woman, all she had to do was imply a black man did something and he was in trouble.
That's it.
Say that they were afraid because of his status makes very little sense. And even in 2005, if a white woman came forward and said a black man did something, celebrity or not, she still should have made a statement to the police so that there was some form of documentation.
An even bigger problem that I saw with the news reporting that was a blaring sign of foul play. For example, on CNN, Anderson Cooper was interviewing Patricia Mattson. And the interesting thing about Miss Patricia Mattson, and Anderson Cooper is no idiot. I've seen him do political debates. He's very sharp. The interesting thing about Patricia Mattson is that he has sued other people, other famous people, of rape. And when he had her on the show, he did not mention anything. And just when you think of journalistic integrity, like someone raped you already, and he's famous, you didn't see it necessary to mention that. That is very relevant. And Anderson Cooper never mentioned it. And that reeks of foul play because a true journalist wouldn't just let that slip past. It's like saying, you know, somebody, you know, was raped by Bill Clinton and then Cosby and then had sex with Charlie Sheen, and you don't mention any other cases. You just talk about Cosby. That is the media on display with their agenda by omission.
Yes, I mean, the fact that they don't ask any of them any questions at all, or then fulfill information about them that would make the story suspect. It's just like they just put them on, and whatever they say is just golden. And if you should ask these questions, people will try to shame you and claim that you're a rape apologist just because you're asking basic questions or for some clarification or to extract some corroborating evidence to support what they are saying. If you just don't outright believe them, then you're branded a rape apologist.
Well, the thing is,
Were you trying to jump in?
Why don't you want to clear up anything, or why don't you have these questions? Why can't we ask for corroborating evidence? Like, why can't you do these things? That's to me about suspicious.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you going on to the second individual, Dottie, in 1984, and then who basically said that Bill Cosby took advantage of her and she felt sick, and then Judith Hunt in 1974, who said she was approximately 15, and she was with a 16-year-old that happened or onto the set, and that's where he had taken advantage and also raped her. I mean, if we go down the list with these other allegations, people have to keep something in mind. Yes, from a psychological standpoint, any trauma could lead to remission. It could lead to individuals not reporting things right away. But there's some key things to keep in mind. The mere fact of
mute all of them calls.
True, and that's why it's false. Said end of the time that they could actually be brought for prosecution, you still have to provide diligence. But I want to say this real quick. But people have to keep this in mind too. This reason that poor folks who end up getting allegations led against them end up clean. In a lot of cases, it's not because they're necessarily guilty. It's because they know that the white, just us, criminal justice system is so inherently corrupt that they're not going to get a fair trial. And even when you can afford to pay a private attorney, there's still no guarantee that you get that much better representation because you're still black, you're still within a system that is
this throughout the night. You're going to hear about pills that Bill Cosby gave women. In my opinion, as a woman, anytime a man brings me pills and alcohol, I know what he's got in mind. So I just question that all of these women were somehow naive enough to take pills that they didn't even question what the pills were for or what type of side effect they would have on them, along with alcohol. In many of these cases, is just suspect to me. Another thing that you will hear throughout the night is the Playboy Mansion, but you will never hear the name Hugh Hefner. So how is it that a lot of these women are alleging rape at the Playboy Mansion, yet Hugh Hefner is never named as a party to any of these lawsuits or any of these claims? Because you would think if there was a pattern of women being raped at the Playboy Mansion, then Hugh Hefner has to have some responsibility in that. Would y'all agree with that?
I agree with that.
The law agrees with that.
Underage people coming to the
What'd you say?
and subsequently.
I didn't hear you. You know, the law. That's what I asked Miss Allred about. I asked her what was her intentions about Hugh Hefner, and she quickly said.
All right. What did she say?
She quickly said, "Well, we have no plans on that," and that told me everything I needed to know about this foolishness. Because no lawyer, I'm not even a lawyer, and I know that if something bad happened to someone at your club or at your house, and at Walmart or any place else, it can happen out in the parking lot. You can rest assured the owner of Walmart gonna be in that lawsuit, and it's up to him to say he don't belong in that. But don't no lawyer start excluding people when it comes to their client having been injured in some type of public place. They sue everybody that they can sue.
Yeah.
And then they let the ones who getting sued decide and argue who belongs in there and who don't. Now I'll tell you something else. You know, there was a time when the media would have been afraid of a lawsuit to come out here with this garbage that they presenting to the people about Dr. Cosby. It's gossip. It's nothing but gossip.
Well, that's why we're here tonight. So that's why we're here tonight, is to shut some of the gossip down. You know, one thing we're gonna have to move quickly, y'all, because we got 29 to get to. And if you just tuned in, you come to their station tonight as we talk about the topic, Bill Cosby, facts the media never revealed. So tonight we're gonna try to quickly deal with just Gloria Allred's clients, simply because those are the ones we see every time we turn on the TV. Every time we flip open a newspaper, we see Allred on the front page with her clients, parading them out front and seeing how they're victims. So tonight, we want to look at their stories. We want to call out their names, and we want to see if what these people are saying makes sense. And in most cases, you will see they don't. Let's move quickly, y'all. Dottie was another one. Dottie says that this situation happened in 1984. She said she was 30 and she was an aspiring actress. She alleges that at some point she was trying to break into show business when she accepted a drink from Cosby inside his residence and soon became disoriented. Okay, I'm gonna pause here and just put a pin there and say, how is it that all of these no-name people were able to have such easy access to Bill Cosby? Okay, I'm just going to put that out there. How in the world is it that he doesn't have any bodyguards or any buffer zones between him and the average person on the street? I'm just going to say that. But she said she became disoriented and sick. She said, I began to vomit all over myself and his rug. She said she felt ashamed. Things became foggy. And then she said, he took my clothes off and put them in his washing machine. Somehow I ended up on the third floor in the bathroom as Cosby washed me. She said she had only foggy memories of the shower and walking back down to the second floor in a strange robe, she said. She recalled seeing a half bathroom and some type of chest to the left of the door. Now, y'all remember, this is 1984, so who is going to be able to, say yay or nay to any of those claims? She recalls seeing the half bath and the chest to the left of the door. She said he leaned against the chest, raised the rope, and raped me. She said he later took her to his family's dining room, laid her on the floor, and continued to assault her. They couldn't understand. I couldn't understand why I did not fight him off. I could not believe what was happening to me, she said. I went home ashamed, hating myself, and for letting him have his way. Now, excuse me. Some of this just ain't adding up, y'all. How are these? And I'm not saying that a celebrity is any better than anybody else. But one thing I know is celebrities do not allow people to just have access to them. So how is it somebody that was as successful as Bill Cosby somehow was allowing himself to be accessible to all of these people? Does anybody have an answer for that, or is it just me that questions that?
Yeah, I got an answer to it. I got an answer to it.
Situation. Trying to now become an actress that's a little old to be starting in that profession. And then also I thought, or questions I had was, if she claims that she was foggy and didn't know how she got her clothes off or what was going on in the shower, she used to have very detailed recall of the architectural layout of his house. But then I was questioning how many times has she been there, because she knows what's on the third floor, and also she specified that it was the family dining room, which is a weird phrase unless there are multiple dining rooms. I mean, it just seems strange that she would have that kind of recall about the layout of the house, but she doesn't know how she got her clothes off and into the shower and all that other stuff. And also, when she says like she doesn't know why she didn't fight him off, it makes it seem like she could have if she wanted or intended to, but she just chose not to. So to me, that's just, if that happened, it sounds like a Cassie couch scenario when she,
I think the other thing I'm failing to hear story after story after story is I told him no. I told him to stop. I told him this is rape. That is something that I'm not hearing in any of these stories, which is what a woman typically does when she's trying to tell a man she's not interested in his advances. She says the word no. She says stop. She says rape. All of those words I would think would be used if you were trying to let someone know that you were not interested in their advances. And I don't see that being a pattern.
Ms. Hines, Ms. Hines?
Yes, sir.
You recall the MSNBC interview of them women? When they were asked at the beginning of the interview, how many of you believe that you were drugged by Bill Cosby? And they raised their hand. Most of them raised their hand. And then they asked them, how many of you believe you was raped by Bill Cosby? And some of them raised their hand. That threw their case out the window right there. If you are coming to any court saying you believe that a person did this to you or believe that a person did that to you, then that is a statement that you don't know, which means you got no business filing no charges. None of them corrected the interviewer on the word believe. When you're lying, we used to have a saying, get your lies straight.
I agree. I think I saw, and I hope she's among one of our cases that we're talking about tonight. I saw one woman say about the other ladies that they were victims, and she wanted to come forward for the victim.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, aren't you a victim? So if you listen very closely to some of the language that these ladies use, it almost seems as though, they're putting themselves into a story. It's almost like, watching something on television and putting yourself into the story. It seems like that's what happened. They were sitting at home and listened to the stories on TV and said, I can say that happened to me.
No, you being kind. I'm going to say it for you. They were sitting around in a room being coached by them people who own them stations. And them people who own them stations is the ones. Now, I'm saying this. They were sitting around. This is the Son of Man, and I'm telling you what really went on. Janice Dickinson told on them.
Okay.
She told on them when she sat up there on the news and said, women, we are the stronger race. Now, where'd she get that from? From her handlers. Just tell them, look, a white woman got more power than you ever know. All you got to do is be white and tell somebody that a nigger raped you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the history of America. That's what got Black Wall Street blowed off the map. An elevator woman, it all started with an elevator operator who was white accusing a black man that was going to use the bathroom and accidentally touched her. She said rape, and it hit the fan. And when it was over with, there was no more Black Wall Street. So now let's just tell the truth.
Anti-lynching legislation in the U.S. House of Representatives up to 1968, I find it very hard to believe that any woman in the 60s or 70s would feel that she would not be believed if she claimed that a black man raped her, even if it was a megastar, and he wasn't even at that time the megastar that he eventually became. But even if he was, it seems like that would even fuel what they were saying, because you're not allowed to question white women, and when they say that they've been raped or somehow treated inappropriately, something is done immediately. I mean, even today, almost every day, there are black men from false rape charges that they've now been proven innocent by DNA evidence or other evidence to show that they didn't do it. So if that's still happening today, I mean, I would be willing to believe that one or two women might not come forward for certain reasons, but I'm not. The higher the number gets, the more ridiculous it gets. Like the circus at this point, which seems like they're not taking it seriously. They just want attention and money, and that's it. Because it's just no way that 20-something white women from the 60s, 70s were too afraid that they would not be believed. They were castrating, setting black men on fire, hanging them up. Just for white women saying that a black man looked at them funny, or made some little, comment to them. So this is totally unbelievable. This is historical fact.
And it was unbelievable when the black woman said that she was scared to tell on him. The black woman ain't never been scared of us.
Okay, y'all, we got to move on quickly.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Judy Huss. And by the way, Drew, your line is back open. Judy, I think her name is spelled Huss. She claims the year was 1974. Huss filed a lawsuit against Cosby recently, December 2nd. She claims that she met Cosby in 1974 when she was 15 years old. She, along with an unnamed female friend, wandered into a movie set where Cosby was working. According to the lawsuit, Cosby allegedly befriended Huss and her friend and invited them over to his home where he served them alcohol. Huss' lawsuit goes on to claim that Cosby knew how old she was and that he took her to a party at the Playboy Mansion where he allegedly took her somewhere basically and raped her. And so I'm trying to understand, again, in this particular scenario, where did your friend go? Because I thought y'all were together. So your friend and you separated, and you 15 years old, and you wander off with Bill Cosby, and Bill Cosby rapes you. And allegedly, this has been such a traumatic experience for her at such a tender age. Has caused psychological damage and mental anguish, and has caused significant problems to her throughout her life. Come on, y'all. I'm just saying, come on, y'all, wake up. That doesn't even...
black man walking around town with two little white girls is going to draw a lot of attention. So how did he get off a movie set to his home and then over to the Playboy Mansion to do all this stuff without people noticing that it's a grown black man running around town with two white kids?
And a movie star at that.
Here's a simpler explanation as well. And that's right, Hillary. Secondarily, then that would also mean diligence means that you would have to then, if the parents are still alive, you would have to interview the parents because you know, not realistic, some kind of adult supervision. And then secondarily, even
Hey, y'all breaking up. I can't hear.
Christopher,
can you hear me now?
I'm calling out of Germany, y'all, so we have to.
Oh, okay. Okay, now that's better, Christopher. I could hear you now, but you was breaking up, man.
Okay, well, thanks. I appreciate you notifying me that. And lastly, I was going to say, then before they would even allow somebody to come forward, any attorney worth their salt would do due diligence to ensure that the story that's being told to them, fine, the client tells you that, you take that face value. But there seems to be no follow-up to corroborate. So even if it's that scientific limitation, there's no corroborating anything other individuals. And I suspect when we see any of these depositions, nobody else is going to be able to corroborate it. So the statute of limitations being expired, you're kind of up the creek.
Well, I'm going to tell you something else that they done forgot.
Very vague, which allows you to keep it vague. 1974. Well, when in 1974? She can't even narrow it down. You know, like, I'm not saying she may not remember the exact date, but I mean, she should give a clear ballpark of, you know, it was around, you know, the second week of June or whenever it was, because they can try to find people who may have witnessed that he was there with them or that they wandered onto the set and see things happen, or talk to people who may have been at the Playboy Mansion at the time, and certainly talk to her friends, you know, if they find out who she is.
You all done forgot something. Back in the 74, Bill Cosby, along with a lot of other stars, a few other stars, was on the White House enemies list. And their phones were bugged, and their house was he was under observation of the FBI and at least the FBI and the CIA. So if he was at the Playboy Mansion molesting somebody, how come they don't know?
Good question. Good question. Listen, y'all, we still got a lot of ground to cover. Let's talk about Lisa Christie, another very strange story. And here's another pattern that you're going to see throughout the night, y'all, are women who said, you know, in essence, Bill took care of them. And then at some point after, I guess, the money stopped flowing, he raped them. I mean, and I'm thinking, you know, this is just me, but it just doesn't sound like, you know, even logical that a woman would say a man took care of her for a period of time and then he raped her. I mean, really, y'all? I mean, really? Lisa Christie says the year was 1989. She's a former model and actress. She says when she was 18 years old, she met Cosby on the set of The Cosby Show. How do you wonder, again, on the set of The Cosby Show? She said he chose her out of a line of models and took an interest in her career, paying for her to attend theater classes at Buffalo State College, including transportation costs from New York to Buffalo, she said. Hello. She said the relationship lasted for 2 years, from 1987 to 1989, before he tried to pressure her, okay, put a pin there, pressure her into sex in a hotel room. I'm just trying to understand. She said she considered him a father figure. Now she believes he waited for her because he knew she was a virgin. After college, she says she was offered a co-host position for an NBC affiliate show called Wedding Magazine. Cosby flew her to Chicago to see whether she would pursue a career as a television anchor. He also told her he wanted her to audition for his film Ghost Dad. Under the pretense of an acting exercise, Cosby told her to close her eyes before leaning to kiss her like a boyfriend, she said. When she resisted, he told her, "You owe me," she said. When she rebuffed his advances, he retreated to his room, telling her, "This is your last chance. If you want to make it in this business, you have to sleep with me." Okay, y'all, is that believable or is it just me? That is not believable to me. Why in the world would you take a man's money for 2 years and then think that he didn't want something in advance? That just doesn't hold water to me.
Well, the thing that I'm doubtful of is that they even, and because, I'll tell you why. I'm doubtful that he even slept with them women. I'm doubtful that Bill Cosby did anything but what his history says about him. Now, that one lady that he paid to not, Miss Constance or whatever her name was, because he didn't want his wife to know that he had been unfaithful to her. That's why he settled with her. But these other women, you know, Bill Cosby did try to help some of them women. And one of them told on herself when she told me that Bill Cosby took her in front of the mirror, the one that I interviewed. She said that, Jewel Allison.
Okay.
He took her in, she said she went to his house and she had coffee and he took her after she had supposedly got drugged, took her in front of the mirror and told her, look at yourself, how you glowing and whatnot. I know what that was about. She had went there trying to do what that other model who didn't name herself said, that they tried to pay her to get some of Bill Cosby's semen because they was going to make some false rape kits and say that they found those rape kits. Now, if any of them had gotten anywhere with Bill Cosby, they would have had some of his semen by now. Now, the thing is, you remember that woman, Monica Lewinsky, what she pulled on President Clinton? Right. She kept the dress, which means someone sent her there to do that with him. Why did she keep that dress for with his semen on it? Look, these people are deep. Now, Dr. Cosby may have been unfaithful, but he wasn't unfaithful with all these women. That man actually was trying to help some of them. And when he told her, when she reached behind, she said he took her hand and put it behind on his private part. And then he took it away and told her, you got to go. That's because she was there trying to seduce the man. That's all that was about. That's all that was about. And he put her in a cab and sent her on her way. And I asked her, she said she was throwing up all over the man's cab. And then I asked her, well, what, did you ask him to take you to the hospital? You were sick? She said, oh, no, I wasn't sick. You see, when you catch them and they lie, as a matter of fact, it's easy to catch people in a lie. All you have to do is listen to them when they're talking and pay attention. Because they're making it up as they go. And they're not going to remember what they just said 5 minutes ago.
Y'all, we got to make it. We got to.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Hines. I just wanted to remind y'all that this stuff was plain.
No, I agree. We just got a lot of ground to cover, and we promised them we was gonna get to these 29. So we just.
Okay, go ahead. I'm with you.
Okay, Pamela Abeda, am I pronouncing her name correct? Date was the alleged assault occurred in 1979. Basically, she didn't bring this accusation until September 2015. What she said is she was aspired to be in Playboy. She said a mutual friend sent her to meet with Cosby's producer at his Southern California home in 1979 because she knew he was a friend of Hugh Hefner's. The producer booked her on the next flight to Las Vegas to meet with Cosby, she said. He gave her $200 to gamble, bought her $2,500 in new clothes, and took her for dinner. I don't remember leaving the dinner show. She said from tears, when I came to, I was lying in Bill Cosby's bed, not my own room. She passed out again, and she came to and saw two other naked people in the room by her bed. Now, all that money, I'm sorry, now, this is just me, and I hope I don't get in trouble for saying this. It sounds like your friend was a pimp, because it says your friend, made this connection for you. Your friend put you on a flight and sent you out there. The minute you get there, you allege that, Bill Cosby gave you $200 to gamble and $2,500. The first thing I would say to a man who I don't have a relationship with, what is this money for? Because I'm not going to give you any sexual favors. And, and another thing about this, she doesn't say when Bill Cosby spiked her drink or how she got all woozy. Nothing. Anybody else see a pattern here with that? Was that there's a problem with a whole lot of loopholes in the story?
Other than that, all of them telling the same lie.
Everything's vague, so they don't have, so it's hard. If you want to down and down, everything's vague. That's true. It sounds like a tip.
Somebody has to echo.
Biggest thing, hello?
There it goes. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you just meet the man and he spends almost $3,000 on you, and you just met him, you know, within the hour all this was going on. Like, this is very strange. It's unbelievable. It's unsubstantiated. And who is the friend that sent her over there that can confirm that they did send her over there? The name of the producer you spoke to that put you on the flight. And, you know, what hotel did you stay in? Like, they need to give details. They do not give any type of details that if you were trying to independently investigate this, you could, because you don't know pertinent information to their allegation.
But that's one of the.
That sounds like he was a sex worker.
That's one of the meanings of that. The devil is in the detail.
I see you back. Any statements?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm having bad connection problems. But yeah, I mean, the main thing that they have in common is the timing. They're all 20, 30, 40 years after the fact, and they're all congregating together now, which is a sign of an obvious recruitment. And that is the most suspicious thing about these cases. Is they're all, nobody told anyone else. There's no toxicology reports. There's no evidence. There's no proof, and they are all, with their no proof, are all coming out now.
And at a time when one of the, I mean, it's the first time you ever really saw a superstar like Bill Cosby coming back, going around lecturing black people. I ain't charging them nothing. Going around lecturing black people and even planning on trying to buy a studio to try to empower black people. And now all of a sudden, what? He's a low down man.
Well, and sir, you said a very key point: empower. And any black person that we can probably name, whether they had significant financial means or not, that becomes a very serious enemy of white supremacy, and even, unfortunately, some of the individuals that are in our government construct. Reason being, I mean, if you think about it, just on the general synopsis, there used to only be one on mainstream black media television network, and that's BET. And now it's not even owned by a black person. So when you consider a black man or woman that has the financial means to purchase a modern day mainstream U.S. media news station, they will become a threat and they will become a target. So much so that the government and other people may feel, well, we can kill them, but we can muddy the water and make it virtually impossible, because that then gives other entities the ability to then, in a sense, stave off having to sell or even consider selling that to that person. So this is about, to me, more so with these women vilifying him. Statute of limitations, okay, that's law. So unless you get law overturned, it's done. So what you do, like you said, you recruit individuals that are less than credible, but because they're white, or because most people will believe what's on white mainstream media, they felt that they had a case. And then when you know you can't get into court because none of that will be admissible, then you go for the jugular, and then you just allow the woman to say it, and then that's supposed to make it believable.
Well, remember, he made the cardinal, in their eyes, he broke the cardinal rule. We will help one of you get up to make the others think that it's possible for them too. But make sure when you get up there, you don't be reaching back there trying to pull nobody else up here with you. Okay. And Dr. Cosby made the mistake of trying to come in their eyes. Now, understand something. I'm not telling you that that was a mistake. He made the mistake of telling our people in front of white folks that black people should emulate the black Muslims. He said, even though I'm not a Muslim, they build their own schools, they protect their women, they protect their children, and they teach their own. And he said, we should emulate that. They don't want you talking. They don't want no wealthy black man talking to other black people about getting out from under the control of white people. And so that is just like what I'm saying right now. It frightens a lot of people to even hear me standing up here saying this. They don't want to be associated with nobody who get white folks who they think can do whatever white folks want to do to you and me. See, we done forgot that there truly is a God. And he over white folks too. You better stop fearing. You better stop fearing them and start fearing the one who's sending all these tornadoes through here. Tell him to shoot that tornado.
We're talking about Bill Cosby factor.
Yeah. Back to
son of man, but we gotta catch up to time.
All right, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want you to know that we are not forsaken no more. We don't have to be afraid of them.
No, we're not. We're trying to talk about 29 alleged victims that Gloria Allred is representing. We're trying to show you that there's many bullet holes in these stories, and where there's smoke, there's fire. And the fact that she's paraded these women out in front of the media and turned it into a media circus, but when you look very closely at these stories, they have many issues with them. Our next person, the sixth person, is Sharon Van Earth. Her date of the alleged assault or year, because there ain't no specific date, y'all. Let me put that out there. There are no specific dates, but they're years. The alleged assault year was 1976. She didn't bring this accusation until September of 2015. Van Earth alleges that she met Cosby in 1976 while she was working as a waitress at a jazz club in Redondo Beach, California. She said that Cosby was a regular, and one night he offered to walk her to her car. While she didn't initially suspect anything, Earth said she started to feel unusually dizzy. Now put a pin right there. Does anybody notice that she didn't say what happened?
She just got dizzy.
You walked to the car with him and you got dizzy? Did he give you a drink? I mean, you were the waitress.
She said another
waitress.
She said another story that, after close up, they used to, have drinks or whatever while they were closing up. And she had a drink, and she feels that he must have put something in her drink. But she also said that the waitresses or staff there had a strict rule that they will walk together to their cars, because it's late at night and they were in the parking lot. So when she left with him, there were other people around or would be in the parking lot. So if he's waiting you in your car in the parking lot, then there are other people that could have possibly seen this or thought something was going on. She also said that she went to the owner, one of the owners, because she wanted her to do something about it, but nothing was ever done, and so she left that job soon after. So again, it's like, who is that person? Can they corroborate what you said? And also, why didn't anyone see you getting raped in the car, in the parking lot?
By a millionaire.
What she said, is that after he walked her to the car, that he got in on the passenger side after he was expressing concern that she might not be able to drive home. The next thing I remember was waking up in the car, my head hanging down from the seat, she recalled. I knew I was drugged because I threw up. When I got home, I realized my panties were missing and I never found them.
Well, the thing about these stories is that, none of them are really going anywhere. They're not meant to. The goal of these stories was never to go to court and win in court individually. The goal of these are for the dogpile tactic, which is to gang stalk and dogpile him with these allegations so that they win in the court of public opinion so that they can win the civil suit. This was never to win in court individually on their own merit because they don't go anywhere.
And to ruin his reputation, with his own people.
And his bank account.
Yes.
In that case, succeeded with the public spectacle. That's exactly what was the goal.
That's if we let them. If we let them. It's not up to them to determine how we feel about our people. That's up to us. I mean, we look pretty dumb in the sight of the world. How we done forgave these white people in this country for all that hateful stuff they done to us. And on some gossip, turned our back on our own brother. That man ain't did nothing to none of us, but tried to help us.
Because we're still dealing with the remnants of Jim Crow, of peonage, and post-slavery, everything there. So people they're so easy to forget. I mean,
when it comes to white people,
comes from a lot of black folks have been assimilated, and they think, like, unfortunately, too many blacks that they have made it. My mama always said, no matter how high, how far in life you get, always remember your black skin. In other words, be black. Don't try and be white. Be black. Like, I think people are losing the insight that with the allegations, you have to look at the kinks in the armor. All too many black people, and white folks too, but mainly black folks, are taking the words of the white mainstream media, who, by the way, is the same culture and organization that basically sit back and basically allow black men and women to be vilified, and then they also allow for the perpetuation of the prison industrial complex and a lot of other things. So just the reason I'm trying to, people have to actually pick up a book. They have to do the things and do the work to do the research, and they will themselves come to the conclusion that a lot of things they hear and see put out by white mainstream media is not true. And shows like this are important because they show the kinks in the armor, but people have to be willing to take that tool and then do something with it. Otherwise, they won't go anywhere.
I agree. You know, I just tuned in center stage tonight. We're talking about the topic, Bill Cosby, facts the media never revealed. Again, tonight's topic is Bill Cosby, facts the media never revealed. Also, we see callers on the line, and we're going to get to y'all tonight, y'all. That's why I'm trying to rush through these names so we can see what y'all talking about, because we know that y'all probably been reading these news articles and listening to these stories as well, and y'all probably got a lot to say. So we're trying to move as quickly as we can. The next person that, really her story just blew me away was Beth Ferrer. Beth Ferrer has been all over the news, y'all. She's the white lady with the really short brunette hair, and she just really has this strange, almost evil look to her. Her story is just mind-blowing. She says this happened sometime in the mid-'80s. Following a 2005 civil suit filed by Andrea Constand, that's the one that you see in the media right now, the case. She came out after Andrea Constand first came forward in 2005 with her civil suit. Ferrer came out as one of the 13 women who had been prepared to serve as Jane Does in that case. According to Ferrer, one night after she ended, put a pin there, y'all, ended their months-long consensual affair. So hear me good. This woman, Beth Ferrer, had allegedly had a consensual sexual affair with Bill Cosby. So Ferrer said one night months. One night after she ended months-long consensual affair, she was drinking a cup of coffee in Cosby's dressing room in Denver. He said, "Here's your favorite coffee, something I made to relax you." She says, and then she blacked out. When she came to, Ferrer says her clothes were disheveled and her bra unhooked. Ferrer told People magazine in 2006 that when she asked Cosby about the incident, he allegedly said, "We'll never speak of this again." Now, put another pin here. Then she claimed she went to visit Cosby again after the alleged assault took place. So let's recap. She had months-long affairs with him, consensual affair with him. Then she said after, they've been knocking the boots, if you will, then he raped her. But after he did that, she asked him about it, and he told her, "We're never going to talk about it again. And then you went back to the scene of the crime. Okay. That makes no sense to me. There's all kind of holes in that story. There's many, many things wrong with that. Does anybody else see that except for me, or besides me?
And there's a few that fit right into that category of, you know, they had consensual relationships with Cosby for a long time. And it just seems like, you know, a lot of these, allegedly, and I think that a lot of these women were recruited. You know, anyone that had anything to do with Cosby, you know, they organized their stories, including the ones that had a consensual relationship with Cosby, because it doesn't make sense that one day when he was already having sex with them, you know, he just decided to drug them. That really just, you know, looking outside of the situation, just looking through other court cases, there's nothing else like that.
You remember now, these people, when a person is lying, they always try to let your imagination fill in blanks of things. Do you see consensual sexual affair there?
Yeah.
It don't say consensual sexual affair.
It's a consensual affair. You're exactly right.
Do you know what an affair is? I mean, people have affairs all of the time. They had an affair last night where Donald Trump was speaking. But a liar, a skilled liar, wants you to make assumptions. You assume that these women talking about they had a consensual sexual affair, but that ain't what they said. I told you, Dr. Cosby has been too adamant and too consistent in his moral standings about even his own comedy. When he talked to Eddie and them behind closed doors, you remember Eddie and them make jokes about him? Say he called me telling me I should not use profanity, and I called Richard. And Richard told me to tell him, you know, and but that was Bill Cosby. This stuff they accusing him of just don't fit. What that Constance lady accused him of, it wasn't that he didn't have an affair with her. He didn't want his wife to find out, and he settled with her, and it was sealed and wasn't supposed to be talked about again.
Right. And we're going to get, and Drew Hepkins knows the deposition, and we're going to talk about the deposition and what it actually consisted of versus those excerpts that people have been dropping in the media to make us believe that that's all it said. But, you know, before we do that, let's talk about Shaylin Lasher.
You talking about the
Shaylin Lasher?
You talking about the one that got arrested for prostitution? Yeah, she got arrested for prostitution a couple of times.
Right. What was your story?
Shaylin, whose last name has not been made public, claims that Cosby reached out to her in 1986 when she was 17 and working at the Las Vegas Hilton. Shaylin, then an aspiring model, says Cosby corresponded with her under the pretense of introducing her to modeling agency reps. She claims that when she arrived at his hotel suite in Vegas, Cosby gave her a blue pill and said it was an antihistamine. Then told
you right there. What is an antihistamine for? What is that?
Is to stop your nose from running.
Okay, so why would you want an antihistamine?
I don't know.
So you know, for to stop the drainage.
Well, you know what?
So your nose is not running, and he tells you.
Well, people that snort coke, their nose run quite a bit.
Well, she may have just seen.
Oh no, you think I'm joking, but Janice Dickinson said there was always drugs. Janice Dickinson, I got her on tape saying that when she was, I think, in Christine's court.
And he told us to take some alcohol. I don't know why. I mean, this is a cocktail I'm not familiar with. But why would someone want an antihistamine and some alcohol?
Beats me. You know.
it goes back to what the gentleman said earlier. This is only a matter of painting a script, a somewhat, supposed to be a believable script, but they leave pieces out so people can, because they know human nature is going to fill those gaps in with the worst versus the best. And the actual an antihistamine has an agent in it that basically does make you drowsy. But you
Benadryl.
The antihistamine, and then along with alcohol, which is the nervous system depressant, those coupled together can make a person kind of lethargic. But they're purposely doing that to lead people to believe that it's the path that Dr. Cosby has been doing, when it's not true. But as long as they can establish a believable pattern, most people won't buy it, even the public opinion. But they're not worried about trying to get into court. This is all civil, like was said earlier.
I asked Ms. Allred to bring them into my forum so that I could interview them. And I promised her that I would not be disrespectful and I would just ask them pertinent questions.
Well, that's never gonna happen.
That ain't never happened yet. She took them on CNN.
Well, you know what? Because that's controlled, and your show.
There you go.
And that will never happen.
There you go.
She knows that. I mean, well, she knows that.
Well, that's tell you that they lying.
Shellen claims that Cosby sexually assaulted her before she passed out, and then when she woke, Cosby gave her $1,500, according to Shellen. Cosby later claims Shellen. I'm sorry, what was that?
Cosby later invited her.
$1,500. And then he later invited her to see his stand-up show at the Hilton, but she declined. She was fired. Now, this is the one that scares me. Either she overtalked or she just plumb stupid, and I'm not sure which it is. Because if he gave you $1,500, that would be for services rendered. And if you are too stupid to know that, you are really dumb. And the second thing is, if you say he invited you to come to his show after he gave you the $1,500 and you declined and he fired you, again, you're too stupid to know he paid you for your services.
Well, that's what they want you to think, that he's been soliciting prostitution. See, this is all still. I mean, the man,
Just saying, but
I'm so happy he's suing these people.
No. But no. But what I'm saying here is that these lies don't make any sense in the sense that if you're saying he gave you money, what did you accept the money for? What did you think the money was for? Why did you ask him, why are you giving me money when you raped me? Again, nobody ever said the word stop. No one ever said the word rape. No one ever said I went immediately to the police and filed a report.
Carrie, I'm just real quick. Part of that is what my mother used to always say. People get comfortable in getting something for nothing. In other words, in a lot of these cases, I also agree with the rest of the panel that I don't think it was really about sex, but these women had to have that was the point.
You breaking up. Say that again, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it better now?
Yes, sir. That's better.
Okay. The people are, human nature is when you set human nature up to get something for nothing, it wants to continue in that vein. So in other words, Dr. Cosby and philanthropy and trying to really, I think, help people, whether you were white, black, this or that, what he did not realize, his wife probably did, but he probably did a lot of things unbeknownst to his wife. That's why, even though I'm here now in Germany, my wife gave me my marching orders. In other words, she told me the do's and the don'ts, because I'm in a different country, but it's how you have to be careful even in trying to reach out to help people, because a lot of people that you try to help, you have to calculate and be very careful and prayerful how you're trying to help them, because even in trying to quote unquote bless people, you can get yourself in trouble. You have to be careful, and a lot of things I run through my wife. My wife says, okay, that's a good thing. But there's been a lot of things my wife said, no, that'll probably get you caught up, and here's why. And I think that Bill was trying to help people, but he did not realize that these people, the ones that he was trying to help, really had it out for him. And then once you help someone who really doesn't want to help themselves, they actually believe in their sick, twisted mind that you're supposed to be able to continue to help them.
They say, find a sucker, bump his head. That's an old saying we had when I was growing up. Find a sucker, bump his head.
You got a point. But you know what? One thing we didn't tell you about, Shellen is no angel at all. Shellen basically, let me give you her criminal rap sheet. She was arrested for crimes including false reporting. Okay, put a pin there. False reporting and prostitution. Put another pin there. Shellen was arrested in 2007 and charged in Arizona with false reporting to law enforcement and trespassing. She pled guilty on both counts. She was previously arrested for theft in Oregon in 1988 and was convicted. She was arrested in 2014 in California and was charged with possession of a weapon. She was also arrested in 2008 in Arizona for assault, disorderly conduct, fighting, and trespassing, and pled guilty to disorderly conduct and fighting. It also goes on to say she pled guilty in 2008, arrest in Arizona for prostitution, which was her second prostitution charge, according to available public records. She failed to complete a mandatory diversion program stemming from her prostitution arrest. A warrant was issued again for her arrest. So y'all, this ain't no angel. And I'm not saying that people who aren't angels can't be raped, but at the same time, she mentions money. I'm just saying, and she mentions that she was fired. Fired from what? And what was the money for? Is all I can say. So Shellen, I would definitely say, is a definite, story that has some suspicious pieces to it that would make one wonder if it's more to this.
And I tell you something else. Anybody who's not afraid to get into a car with a perfect stranger and prostitute themselves, sure ain't scared to tell somebody like Bill Cosby that they raped him. So, you can't have it both ways. And I'm going to tell you something else. That speaking of people that Dr. Cosby helped, Dr. Cosby is a lifetime member of the NAACP and also one who was recruiting people for the NAACP. And I'm just disappointed in them that they ain't came to his aid. I'm disappointed in them. Now, I'm just telling you. Well, I said it. I mean, I done said that before, so they done heard me say that before. And you already said that what I say ain't got nothing to do with you. So,
but the NAACP tonight, so we're not going to go there. And I'm a card-carrying member.
Well, like I said, he was a card-carrying member, lifetime. And you know what else he did for them? He told them that they had carte blanche to use his name on anything they wanted to do. And then when the dogs and the wolves come after him, they don't say nothing.
I hear you.
I don't mean yourself, and I know this is, but he did, and I agree. He gave over, that's just by the estimates, over $100 million to the historically black colleges and universities as well. I mean, that's more money than any human being has even given to any series networks of college organizations. Over $100 million. Plus, I've had to see the thing. Sometimes we don't want to do is reevaluate where our money and our allegiance is. When we talk about NAACP, when we talk about the Black Caucus, National Action Network, Rainbow Push, we have to be truthful. And I was a card-carrying member of the NAACP, but when I had a situation, I couldn't even get my local chapter to even say boo to me. So, that's the reality. And the reality is a lot of these organizations, I think they're good organizations, but some of them should be saying something in defense or in favor of Dr. Cosby for all that he's done. And they can even do their own independent investigation. But I'm telling you that they're also silent because there's powers to be that don't want them to support him, which is the reason that they're vilifying him and trying to bring him down.
They got an old thing. You remember when they was trying to get Martin Luther King to knuckle under? They showed him some pictures and threatened to send them to his wife. And he's still stuck.
Number 9, and we got 20 to go.
Yeah, these people is something, man. Go ahead, baby. I ain't gonna try to take over your show now. You go ahead.
No. I just feel we got plenty to go. We got to move quickly now.
Helen Hayes.
We're going to hit on Helen Hayes. Helen
All
Hayes
right.
said her incident happened in 1973. I'm just going to kind of move through these quickly, y'all, and we can just kind of, I guess, commentate on them later. Hayes said that, she encountered Cosby in 1973. She alleged that he stalked her and her friends during a weekend-long celebrity golf tournament in Pebble Beach, California. She says his behavior was like a predator. Go figure. She alleges that on the last night of the tournament, Cosby approached her from behind, reached over her shoulder, and grabbed her breast. Hayes said the accusation at December 3rd press conference. Now, this happened in 1973, and she's just now coming forward to say Bill Cosby grabbed her breast. So, again, there is no rape here, y'all. This is just somebody alleged in a public place, in a public forum. Bill Cosby was so disrespectful to his wife, and he was so unwise in his decision making that he would grab a white woman by her breast. I'm just saying.
During the time that the FBI and them was watching him. So just remember now, that's in 1973. He was on the list then.
He was on go figure.
Okay.
Another person here, Casey. I believe Casey is African American. Is she not, y'all?
I don't know.
Is she African American?
KC, that's the only name they got for? Okay.
Yeah, that's the only name she's going by. She was one of 3 women to accuse Bill Cosby of sexual assault at a press conference with Gloria Allred on January 7th. She claims that she was attacked by the comedian when she was working at the William Morris talent agency as an assistant to Cosby's personal appearance agent. She basically says she was invited to Cosby to his house to read a script. And then she says that basically he pressured her to take some large white pill.
Okay.
Next, I remember waking up in Mr. Cosby's bed, naked beneath his open robe. So that's her claim. She claims that she soon left Mars Agency in order to avoid seeing Cosby. Okay. Now, first of all, I'm just going to put a pin right here. Bill Cosby could probably get just about anybody to read a script with him. So why did he pick his agent's assistant to come to his house to read a script with him? First of all, she should have said, hey, that's not in my job description. I can't do that. I can't, you're a married person. I can't just come to your house. I mean, where was the stand-up in any of these women where they stood up for their own selves and said, I don't want your pill, I don't want your alcohol, you're a married man, I don't want your advances, what you're trying to do is rape, you're raping me, stop. Nobody said any of these things in any of these statements. Again.
That's because it didn't happen.
I mean, is anybody agreeing with me, or is it just me to see it? Nobody used the word stop. Nobody used the word rape.
They couldn't use the word stop because that stuff never happened.
But shouldn't you be saying help, stop, rape?
Well, that's if you.
I don't want this.
If it didn't happen and you making it up, it's hard enough making it up. You want people to overlook all that. You want people to just have in their mind that Bill Cosby is a rapist.
And that even cold cases, when you see cases that are 40, 50, and 60 years old, where they didn't even have DNA, and a lot of times the person, the alleged perpetrator is still alive, and then they arrest them 50 years later, that's something.
You breaking up, brother. Go back and say that again. You breaking up again.
Okay. I was saying that when they have cold cases that are 30, 40, and 50 plus years old, and then they're able to go back and then find the evidence and then actually arrest somebody for a crime that was committed 50 plus years ago, that's because of due diligence. And that's because they have enough evidence that once they find that person, they usually don't even go to trial because the person is made aware of what the evidence is, and they plead right then and there. So with these cases, that's the problem. I believe what the gentleman is saying. A lot of these, I don't really believe that they even ever happened.
These people ain't did nothing with Dr. Cosby. That's why they was trying to pay somebody to get some of his semen. Then they could go and get all them backed up rape cases and stick his in there and say some DA messed up.
Well, you know what?
You know, they're trying to set the man up.
I agree. You know, if you just tune in, you come center stage. Again, tonight, the topic is Bill Cosby, facts the media never revealed. Another thing, because we do not want the 2 hours to get biased before we talk about the deposition. Drew, can you tell us what the content of the deposition was so that people can understand the deposition wasn't what the media is portraying it to be?
Well, I would love to, because first and foremost, the quote-unquote deposition, the now famous deposition, wasn't actually a deposition. What was posted on all those websites was a court filing that included excerpts of the actual deposition, which was much longer. And what was in that court filing was a narration from, I believe, Constance's lawyer. So even in that quote-unquote deposition, you were being led by, Cosby's demeanor and Cosby's lawyer being demonized in that document. So what was leaked wasn't the deposition, it was the court filing from Constance's lawyer, and it had just what they needed. It had the bit with the Quaaludes, it had the bit with, everything leaning towards the side of the accusers, what they needed, and nothing else. Anything that had them cross-examined. When I read it, none of that was in there. So that's what the media got.
So what the media is doing is they're spinning, or giving us what they want us to believe. And they're spinning it in such a way that this story is appearing much bigger, and much more detailed than it actually is. That, when they say rape victim, that may not mean rape victim. When they say everybody got Quaaludes, we really may not be talking about Quaaludes, because Quaaludes were actually outlawed a long time ago, right?
Yeah, Quaaludes stopped being made in 1984. So a lot of the cases were after that, and they were still talking about Quaaludes in the news for some reason. And they weren't telling anyone anything like that was relevant to what they were talking about. And this now famous admission and confession was not an admission or confession of anything whatsoever. What was asked was if he purchased Quaaludes. How they led up to that question is not in that document. They didn't, that is omitted. But they have in that document, asked him, did he ever purchase Quaaludes? And he answered yes, that means nothing. He, like many people, Hugh Hefner, he had prescriptions for Quaaludes. And the lawyer followed that up with, did you ever give those Quaaludes, share them, she used the word share, with women, anyone you intended to have sex with? He also answered yes. Now, that is the bit that was used, because they gave this document to the media, and how they got the document, how they got them to unseal the deposition is a whole nother story. They sealed this thing. So regardless if it was a court filing or deposition, it was irrelevant. This thing was supposed to be sealed and not thought of again. But the Associated Press, not even one of the parties involved, a media outlet, petitioned the court to unconstitutionally unseal the documents on grounds. I don't know. That's never been, I haven't seen why, but they petitioned the court to unseal the documents, and Judge Eduardo Rivino initially said no, not because he wanted to, but because, by law he had to. It was a sealed document, and he could not unseal the document. So then what he did was he created a reason. And the reason was based on one of Cosby's public statements, and he said Cosby is a public moralizer. So it's in the public's best interest to know, the contents of this sealed deposition, which made absolutely no sense. There was just...
Pause right there, please, just a moment. What you just said, would you repeat that part again? That he said that Cosby is a public moralizer.
Right.
which means Cosby is out there in front of black people teaching them morality and dignity, and we need to try to sling some mud on him. That's what they wanted to. That's what that was about.
Right, and this all doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's still nothing proven. This is allegation, so he still had no grounds to do this. So he unsealed the documents, which was unconstitutional, and he handed them over to a media outlet. I mean, no, a court reporter handed them over to the media outlet. A court reporter who should have lost their job handed it over to the Associated Press. They printed a story based on the content the New York Times did, and that's when all this, this Cosby confession business came about in every news outlet.
And one other thing, brother, I want to stay on that for a minute. You know that when the judge made that ruling, that wasn't the end of that. The Cosby lawyer team had a right to appeal that. That wasn't afforded him.
Well, and then too, from personal experience dealing with expungement and stuff that's supposed to be sealed, the other thing is that that's where the law is very flawed. You can't seal someone's record, seal their position, or seal civil or criminal records, and then give any judge in that prospective district the discretion to open something. So the law is flawed. I mean, yeah, I think the judge acted inappropriately and a borderline criminal, but a lot of times when records are unsealed or they have to come up with these bogus rationales, it's because the state or the federal law allows for these rascals to discretionarily do it.
Well, remember, brother, remember now, that's only when it's dealing with us.
Well, yes, sir.
It's just time to be honest. I mean, we need to stop lying to ourselves. The law is only the law when it's dealing with Caucasian people. When it's dealing with us, if it don't suit them, they change its meaning. It's just like the Constitution. The Constitution is supposed to be for all American citizens. Then why we need some special amendments for us? I mean, it's time to quit lying.
First of all, we're down to our last 30 minutes of the show, and we are not going to get to all of these ladies. There may be a part 2 to the show, yeah. We're just going to have to see. But let me throw out the names anyway, so we can move on quickly. There's also Liz Kirkpatrick, Sumi Wells, Margie Shapiro, Janice Baker, Marcella Tate, Autumn Burns, Lily Bernard, Sammy Mays, Colleen Hughes, Eden Turl, Elizabeth, the only one by this is Elizabeth, Sarita Butterfield, Charlotte Fox, I'm not sure how to pronounce this lady's name, Lisa, or Liza, or Lottie Lupkin, Lise, Lottie Lupkin, and Linda Brown. So we're not going to get to all their stories, but y'all should look them up because they're absolutely fascinating reading. But let me bring up something before we go to calls. And listen, if you want to talk tonight, get on the phone line. The phone number is 347-850-8390. Then press 1. Again, the number to call is 347-850-8390. Then press 1. But one thing I want to throw into the mix, y'all, is what I think this is all about. First of all, it is, again, trying him in the court of public opinion. And it's not that they believe that you're going to believe all these stories, but they think if they bring enough of them in front of you, it's going to bring up some doubt in Bill Cosby and his innocence. So let me throw into the equation Rule 404. I suggest everyone look it up. It's a federal rule, and it also applies in Pennsylvania. Rule 404 basically deals with bad act evidence. And the gist of it is they try to show a pattern that the person, committed this crime because if you go back and look at their past, they have a history or a pattern of doing this before. Basically, prior bad acts evidence is irrelevant in most cases. It doesn't mean that the defendant is guilty now. However, the defendant should only have to, or rather, the defendant should only have to defend himself against the charge presented in court. So he really should only have to be defending himself against Andrea Constant. All of these others, they should be brought into court one by one. Basically, the prosecution shouldn't be allowed to bootstrap a weak case by throwing in extraneous evidence of other bad behavior by the defendant. But that's the trick, y'all.
But wait a minute. But that ain't no evidence because it have never been proven. So I mean, they may try to throw these people in there, but that's not evidence because he has never been proven to have did any of those things.
Well, remember Constant? What's the name? Andre Constant. On her particular case, remember they were going to bring in the 13 Jane Does. That's what it was about.
He wasn't afraid of that. That's not that. It wasn't being. That's not why he didn't go to trial. He didn't go to trial because he was afraid of them people coming in there lying. He could prove they wasn't. They had to prove what they were saying was true. He didn't want his wife to find out about his infidelity. That's all that was about. That's why she got paid. They trying to make it look like it was something else, but it was never about anything but him trying to keep his wife from being hurt by finding out that he had been unfaithful to her that one time. And that's what that was about.
To that situation, with the deposition, I believe the court reporting service was hired by Constant's attorney as well. The deed that mysteriously was given to the media, that was hired by Constant's attorney.
All right. So we're going to try to get to these phone calls, y'all. We're going to try to get to we're going to try to get to them right now. Let's see. We're going to see who's been holding the longest, and there's been a lot of folks on hold, y'all. We're going to go to someone who has a block number because, all I see is 1111111. So good evening, you're on Thursday.
Greetings. How you guys doing?
How are you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Your question, please?
Oh, okay, great. No, I don't have a question. I have a comment, actually, and I know you're short on time, so I'm going to make it brief. Now, I've got to give the unpopular opinion, and I'm going to shed some light on this real quick, because I think there is much cognitive dissonance going on. I first want to say this. Where there is smoke, there is fire. And Bill Cosby still has a lot of power. Do you know how I know that? We seem to have forgotten. Am I still echoing?
No, you're better. Okay.
Okay. He still has a lot of power because there's one woman who has not come forward yet that he actually did rape, and she was paid off. She was a college student. That's the first point. Second is...
Just a moment before you keep going on that.
Sir, can I finish?
Yeah, but you just made a statement. Now see, that's why y'all can't get nowhere, because you want to just...
Sir, can I...
Who is the woman that you saying that he raped?
Okay, let me tell you. Now, here's the thing. If you'll let me go through these key points. Please.
Well, just tell us who that woman is first, though.
Here is the thing. Oh, my God. Let her finish or hang up.
I mean, I don't understand you coming in here telling us that he raped some woman, and I asked you who is the woman, and now you mad.
No, I'm mad because you won't let
What is your problem, lady?
The time is short.
No, well, if it's that short, then tell us who the lady is so that we'll know who you're talking about.
You need to get out of your emotions.
No, I'm not emotional.
Finish.
I just asked a question, and I deserve an answer.
Okay, wow, give her a second to make her point. Go ahead and make your point, and we'll see if we can figure out. Go ahead.
Okay, so now here's the thing. I think that we need to be mindful that this is more than just a moral issue. We have to look back in history and understand that the white woman has always accused the black man of rape, has always rode the black man for money. Okay, and held this dangling over his head. So we're not surprised about this. But what we should be surprised is that Mr. Cosby let himself get involved like this. Now, I want to say this. We have lost untold fortunes
to haggard, old, bedraggled-looking white women because they don't have a very long shelf life. Now, I know that's mean, but I'm being real.
Still, wait a minute. Now, you said you had something that I still want to know. Who is this lady that you say Bill Cosby raped?
Don Cornelius, Michael Jackson, Jimi Hendrix, Tiger Woods have lost at least $1 billion to old, haggard white women because guess what? This court system will give them what they want. If we know that, then we have to be mindful and carry ourselves better. I'm not going to give Mr. Cosby a pass because of who he is.
You still haven't told us who he raped.
Everybody knows it. You know what? I'm gonna listen to the homework. Go back when the woman tried to blackmail him and say she was his daughter. Around that time, what he did was he gave a drug to a college student. He was paying her college tuition, and he raped her. Yes, it's not.
Where is the evidence that proves what you just said is true?
Feeling. Have a good night.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. See, now that's the bigoted thing that I don't like.
Move on, young.
You see, I'm not a person who condones wrong.
Right.
And I'm not a person who jumps on a bandwagon just because people don't like it, that I don't want to get on that.
I agree.
Now, if you didn't want to hear what I had to say, don't invite me in here.
That's right.
No, we're listening.
Okay, well, this woman want to come in here and interject something and don't want to tell us he raped this one woman. Well, okay, who was this woman?
That woman that she's talking about, number one, isn't one of these women that has 55 women that have come forward.
Well, if she ain't came forward, what is she doing?
She's already been paid off. She's already.
I mean, but where is what gives you the right to say he raped somebody who ain't came in here and told us that he raped her?
That case that she's talking about, that person, she actually went to the police at the time, because I think this was around 2000 or something like that. That case that she's talking about. However, that particular case is not one of these cases that is going on currently of women coming forward. That girl has not come forward at the time. She came forward at the time that the incident happened, and
well, what does that prove? That proves nothing.
It doesn't prove nothing.
Then what gives us the right to stand up here and say he raped her?
No, we don't.
Well, that's what I was stopping that lady for.
Right. And I agree.
You know, no, I'm not going to help slander that man.
No.
That's slander.
Area code 336-471. Good evening. You're on Center Chase. 336-471. Last call.
Don't be scared. Ain't nobody gonna hurt you. Come on in there.
As for the last caller, I agree with her that we need to, people with money or prominent people need to protect their wealth in a better fashion than what they've been doing. I mean, you can't trust these white people like that.
Wait a minute, sister.
The money.
Sister, we can't tell rich black people what to do with their money. I mean, that's not our business. I mean, we can't do that.
If you want to keep your money, it will behoove you not to get involved with these.
No, we going the wrong way there. No, if you get wealthy, it's your business what you do with your money. That ain't got nothing to do with him being accused of being raped.
Want to give the money away?
Because that make it sound like you saying, it sounds to me like you suggesting that Bill Cosby getting what he deserved because he hang out with white folks.
No,
and that's the wrong attitude.
What I'm saying is, I'll tell you what I'm saying. I'm not done, Carrie.
Okay, Taylor, let me ask you a question first. Let me ask you a question, Hillary and Survey. Do we want to talk to these callers because they're waiting and they want to talk to y'all?
Yeah, I want to talk to them. I don't think they want to talk to me.
Okay, 212. Good evening. You're on Center Stage.
Who's there? Can anybody hear me?
We hear you, bro.
Can you give it to us?
Can I say
say this. Are you going to do part 2 of the show? Because I don't know if I should go in on this because you still have 20 more women that says that
We're not gonna be able to get to it, so it's gonna be a part 2. We can't get to it tonight.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I will say this. You can't be in the light of Hollywood for this long without these Peckwoods having something on you. And yes, he did probably tag and rape some of the women, but really the truth is...
No, wait a minute, bro. What make you say he probably did when there's no evidence?
All right, let me finish, God damn it.
Oh, no, I ain't gonna listen to that. No, sir. No, I'm not gonna listen to you coming in here calling white people Peckerwood, and I'm not gonna hear you coming in here cussing. Now you keep a civil tongue in your head if you wanna talk with me.
Okay. We're gonna.
And don't be calling white people out of their name.
Okay, we got 15 minutes left in this show. Caller, we're gonna ask you to refrain, Chaos, from using those kind of words, and we're gonna give you a second chance now.
All right.
Here we go.
That'll work.
Comment.
I would say this. And to know this, they're gonna try to milk his money because he's about to kick the bucket anytime because, as you know, he's almost approaching 8. So at times, he's gonna be leaving money to his estate and his family, which are black. And you know, because he takes these oaths or whatever these guys do to get their money from Europeans, white people, because he don't want me to say Peckwoods, but he's defending Europeans. I understand that. That is this. They're going to take back the money. Because it's like this. If you look at every celebrity, most of them men got always a white wife. And anything happens to them, any Marines want, they're able to get the money back to them. But unlike Cosby, because he did, because, you know, at times as a man, you should be more mindful of what you're doing because if a black man has not learned already, and he's at that age, if I know Cosby's born around 30, he should know better, like every black man, that you don't mess with these white women.
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. You keep on suggesting, wait a minute. Now you keep suggesting that Dr. Cosby was messing with white women, and that ain't been proven. I mean, This is a lesson every black man, either in this business or anything to do that, they know that this is the one woman out of all people they should stay away from. Because they have shown time and time that they will use the same woman to destroy you. The history has shown it, and it's using today. Even the young boy named Tigger, which you know, Tiger, which he slept with this white woman, they're using the same woman against him. And he's like a teenage, probably adult now. But it shows, the supremacist shows us that if you mess with my woman, this is what's going to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the message being drawn. I want people to understand, all right? And what you called me earlier, Carrie, you said me earlier. You called me something? You said me, you called my name? Okay, good.
I did. Right. I just told you to make your comment. Thank you for making your comment tonight. We're going to go. Thank you.
There's one other thing I want to say to the young brother, and that is, look, we get angry if a white man get on there or somebody get on there and say nigga. So don't be a hypocrite. If you don't like people calling you out their name, don't be calling people out of their name. If you don't like to be called out of yours, then don't do to other people what you wouldn't want done to you.
I received that. Area code 7-513. Good evening, Euro Center City. Area code 731-513.
Yes. Hi, how you doing, Gary?
How are you doing?
Yes, Charles Cole.
Kerry ain't the only one on this floor. I'm just joking you, man.
There's a great discussion going on tonight. Let me just say this. If Mr. Cosby did this, yeah, he should be charged as a criminal like everyone else. But the thing is, you have pointed out that, you know, there are a lot of loopholes in these women's stories, you know. And the thing is, you know, if a black man raped a white woman per se back in the 70s, you know, they would have lynched him. You know, they wouldn't have wasted time, you know, whether he was a celebrity or not, they wouldn't have wasted any time, you know, putting him in jail. You know what I'm saying? You know, his career would have been destroyed, you know. But I think the whole thing is that, you know, Gloria Allred and all these other people, you know, see that, you know, they possibly get some money. But the thing is, I'm glad that you have the show. You're pointing out that, hey, there are a lot of lies and a lot of questions in this. And I'd like to say, you know, thank you to your guests and everyone else, you know, for pointing these things out. You know, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Brother, if you wanna really know how you should feel about this, put yourself in Dr. Cosby's position, and then tell me if you would appreciate it or hate it that we standing up here questioning these people that's accusing you of something without any proof other than they lying mouth.
I agree. Well, you know what? We got a little time left. We want to talk about real quickly Margie Shapiro. Margie Shapiro, now, let me just tell you how ridiculous some of these stories are. She said that she was working at a donut shop in Santa Monica. Not that he couldn't have talked to somebody at a donut shop, but I'm just saying, y'all, you have to listen to where I'm going with this. And so she claims that Cosby ordered a dozen donuts. She claimed that he invited her to a film set where she spent the afternoon with comedians. After she was invited to a casual dinner with Cosby, but the dinner was canceled, and the comedian invited her to the Playboy Mansion. Okay, so this happened in 1975. She didn't bring her accusations until March of 2015. She says that, you know, instead, Shapiro said that, you know, she was 19 at the time. Instead, the pair entered what she called the rec place or the game room. And Cosby told her whoever lost the pinball had to take a pill. So, I mean, repeat me, y'all. Whoever lost the pinball game, I'm assuming is what she got, she would have to take a pill. Shapiro lost. And when she came to vote,
She didn't object to that game?
Huh?
She didn't object to that game?
I mean, hello? To me, the odds are high.
Not only that, she didn't say whether she lost, or actually, she didn't say that she took the pill. She let you fill that in for. It say she lost, and when she came to.
Y'all. You just have to let your imagination run.
Let your imagination do the rest.
But it's like, why are these women? I mean, they're basically saying like they have no responsibility for their own caretaking at all. Like these are adult women, like Constance. She was over 30 at the time. I mean, it's like you have to believe that these women have absolutely no sense whatsoever. That they have no ability to assert themselves or even look out for their own safety. That you're going with a stranger to the Playboy Mansion.
Hey, you done forgot something. Bill Cosby was just a youngster.
Yeah.
Well, he was really.
I mean, you would have thought, yes, he was. Bill Cosby ain't but a few years older than me. Back in the 70s, I was in my 20s.
Bill Cosby is in his 80s now.
Yes, he's in his 80s, and he's approximately.
So is it?
No, he's not 80. No, Bill Cosby not 80.
78. He's 78.
No, Bill Cosby ain't but 13 years older than me.
Okay, he's 78.
I got brothers and sisters older than Bill Cosby.
Okay, so 78 is elderly.
Yes, he's elderly. I'm elderly. I'm 65.
Okay, so elderly.
But what I'm trying to get you to see is these a bunch of old women, and he was a young man when they was young women.
They're old now. That's why when they come with the allegations, they have to bring pictures proving that at some point they were halfway effective. Because
well, you know, I mean, really, sis, they, you know, I don't give none of them that much credit, no way. I mean, I saw some of them.
The women have no common sense. They have no sense whatsoever. They have no respect for their own safety and well-being to go with stranger, like you just meet this man and now you show up at the Playboy Mansion. I mean, even just to show up at the Playboy Mansion take some gumption. Now you're going with a stranger you don't even know.
But that's true. But you know what? Most people don't understand. But this is the problem, that, and I do agree with the gentleman, sir, in terms of conjecture and that's not evidence, and that's what people are forgetting. See, I mean, but we have to be like this too. You have to allow whether it's the caller or somebody, even though it may be hard to stomach, you have now off example.
You breaking up again, bro. You breaking up. Go back. Go back and say that again. You have to allow, and then you start breaking up.
Okay, it's good to allow people. I'm not saying you just sit there and let them tell lies or this or that, but part of the open discussion is that people are going to say things. We'll talk offline sometimes, but I had to sit in court. People are going to say things, and you have to, in a sense, behave yourself or allow them to get their point across, because you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine what they're saying. And that's kind of the problem now. Too many people are listening to what the attorneys, the women are saying, because they're leaving those gaps for people to fill in. Let them go through their drama, say what they're going to say, and then like we're doing tonight, that's why you then expose those things. But even when people call in, it may be unsettling for some of the callers, but that's their opinion. And then after they get this statement, hey, you're free to cross-examine what they said.
Well, remember, brother, in court, when a person tries to enter something in that is not admissible or whatnot, they object. And if you didn't object, if you got a lawyer that's sitting there just saying, I'm gonna let them say everything and then I'm gonna go back, you got a bad lawyer.
Yep.
The thing is, if you notice, when that lady made a statement that didn't ring true with me, I stopped her to question her about that statement. She said that Bill Cosby had raped one woman. And I asked her the most logical question. Who? And if she was truthful,
4 minutes in the show, y'all, and we got to do a wrap up. I'm going to finish on Shapiro, and then I'm going to ask for
well, I'm just letting you understand that I understand how to keep people from running with a lie. Now, I'm not going to fight the truth, but at the same time, I'm not going to tolerate people lying to me.
Okay, y'all, we're down to our last 4 minutes in the show. Remember, wrap up. Okay, we're going to finish on Shapiro, then we're going to get closing statements from each person. Okay, Shapiro lost the pinball game. Okay, y'all. So she lost the pinball game, and she said the next thing she know that she and Cosby were naked, and Cosby was inside her. Shapiro claims that to have mercifully passed out again, but every time she regained consciousness, Cosby was touching her sexually. The alleged victim said Cosby acted as if nothing had happened, eventually telling her that they would not be seeing Hugh Hefner and that she wasn't dressed nicely enough. Instead, a driver took her home. You came from the donut shop. He just said, thanks. You need to go home. But anyway, that's another day. I'm sorry. I'm like going in another direction. But anyway, Shapiro's story, again, like the rest, don't make sense. And so y'all decide for yourself. But in the next part 2 of this, we're going to get into the rest of them. But it's just showing y'all, while they're trying to use Rule 404 on Bill Cosby, prior bad acts evidence, I'm going to say that each of these are showing a history of prior bad acts evidence that, in my opinion, it's the same consistent pattern of lying and not, telling the whole truth, bullet holes all through the story, no dates, no times, no DNA evidence, no the criminal filings of any of these. But that's just my take on this. Okay, y'all, we're going to get final comments from our guest. Drew Hepkins with Drew Story News. What are your final comments tonight?
Well, my final comment, that first initial caller, my problem with what she said, because I do social media and I watch the media, and she repeated media inventions. With this smoke, this fire, all those women can't be lying. These are things that are implanted in your mind. And she's repeating and regurgitating the media inventions. And we need to stop that, come out of that, and start to think critically, and stop relying on these memes. They're social memes that are put out there for that purpose. She got on the line. That was the first thing she said. And that's what stuck out to me. And, I don't know this woman. I was kind of in agreement with son.of.man. I did not know who, what are the cracks? Don't say there's smoke, there's fire, what happened? What is the things that we can, bite our teeth into? And she didn't, I'll leave that as it is. But I think that, we need to get out of the habit of trusting what we hear in the media and really start to critical think and give people their respect of innocence before you decide they're guilty.
I agree. And I want to admit, y'all, Drew Hepkins was the catalyst for the show tonight. I was just really going through the internet, looking at stories about Bill Cosby, kind of, fell into YouTube, found 3 videos that Drew Hepkins did, and blew my mind, and decided I need to look further. So, Drew, can you please tell them how they can find those videos and your blog and other information that you put out there about Bill Cosby?
Sure. You could go to Drew Story News. You can either Google that. Drew is spelled D-R-U, Drew Story News, or the website will bring you to the YouTube page, which is drewstorynews.com.
All right. And also, Son of Man, he's the leader and teacher of the New Nation of Islam. Thank you for being our guest tonight, Son of Man. Can you tell them how they can find your YouTube channel, your radio and TV show, and even you do a conference call? Can you tell them how they can get involved with any of the things that you're involved in? Okay, the website on YouTube, which we'll still be on after you go off here, is YouTube. And then just put New Nation of Islam, and you can go. It's going to be on tonight after we go off. Yes, ma'am. And we also will remain in the conference room that we have. In the conference room, we have 2 conference rooms that are listening to you now. Area code 605-562-3140, and it requires an access code. The access code is, I believe, it's 869-571#. And then the other. And you have several interviews out there about this case with Allred. I believe you interviewed Cosby's attorney, Monique Presley. Yes, Monique Presley. I think you also interviewed Jewel Allison, correct? Yes, ma'am. And Christine Ruley. And Christine Ruley. Yeah. And all that on YouTube, correct? Yes. Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Okay. Now, it's one final thing that I want to say to the people. Okay, go ahead. I don't know how many people that's listening that believe in God, but the word of God says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." And it wouldn't have had to say that if God didn't know that people are capable of lying on you. And then it tells you who your neighbor is. When the man, Jesus told him, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself," he said, "Who is my neighbor?" And Jesus gave the parable of the Good Samaritan. And that means whoever have been kind to you. What have any of these women ever did for anybody? And then you go and turn on a man based on their word. You turn on a man who haven't did nothing but tried to donate millions of dollars to colleges, especially predominantly black colleges, trying to do things to help black people. And you go pile up on him on the word of some people that you don't know nothing about, ain't did nothing for nobody. What kind of people are we? Now, if it was my own sister that was accusing him of rape, I'd want something to go on. I'm not going to go jump on somebody just because you said it. I mean, the first thing I'd have did, my sister would have came and told me, I said, let's go down here and get a toxicology report and let's get a rape kit filed and go file some charges on this man. That's what I would have said. So, the news media, you go to Fox News where these people, I'll let you hear this.
What it was, you stood up to us in a story, and that's why we're letting you go. Big mistake. Big mistake. That said, so that gave us the whistleblower status that we. So they denied Jane her whistleblower status. Overturn the case.
Since you don't have a lot of time, but I'll tell you what it says. It's Fox News.
To be on with the panel tonight, and I appreciate it and enjoyed the input. And I hope to see you all around again. And I just yield the rest of my time to the rest of the panel.
Okay, and I'm sorry. I was just trying to share something with y'all, but it's too late.
Comment is you actually need to read the accounts that these women are giving. You cannot be on a where there's smoke, there's fire, or the media says, or, what they say. You should actually read their allegations, because some of them are laughable, in fact. And I like the way the Drew News guy, he broke it down into cases where they have been discredited, cases that aren't even alleging rape, and then cases that are just questionable. So we need to have a habit of not believing what we're told. I mean, I was arguing with a guy yesterday. He told me he didn't need to read any of the cases because they had all said that he drugged and raped them. And I'm like, well, no, he hasn't. They aren't all saying that he drugged and raped them, and you do need to read. You should have a sense of curiosity. You should be trying to find the truth, and you should have some criteria to evaluate what the person is saying and if it's credible or not, because just because someone is saying something does not mean that it is the truth or accurate at all. And also, I like to say, as Black people, you should kind of be questionable. You should use all your known information of history, how our social constructs, and look at it at this case, because those are very important, especially for the allegations that are 30, 40, and 50 years old. It just does not make sense that this would happen. And yes, lots of people will pile on so they can make money and get attention, especially people like Ben Dickinson, Beverly Johnson. They're just all piled on, and there's no supporting evidence to support what they're saying. That's all I have to say.
All right, y'all, listen, we got to get out of here. But again, thank you to Drew Hepkins, the True Story News. I suggest y'all look him up on the internet, y'all. And we also want to thank Son.of.man, leader and teacher of the New Nation of Islam. They have a YouTube channel. I suggest y'all go over there and finish listening to this show. Listen, y'all, it's been very interesting, as I promised it would be. We're going to have a part 2 to this because we absolutely could not get to everybody tonight. But we are here each and every Friday night from 8 to 10 p.m. Central, 9 to 11 Eastern. Join us next Friday for part 2 of Bill Cosby Facts the Media Never Revealed. Okay, guys, we'll see you next week.
Thank you, sister. Now, I want to...
Using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
Okay. All right. I want you all to remember, lots of times, you may think that I'm, people think that I'm emotional. No, I'm not emotional. When you get emotional, you can't think. But do you honestly think that a lawyer, when he's in court arguing for his client, is being emotional? If he's being emotional, how is he asking the right questions? I take seriously when I take a stand for something. I take myself seriously. When I first heard this about Dr. Cosby, I was very disappointed in him because I was expecting that they was going to bring forth some evidence that went along with what they was accusing the man of. But when I kept listening, and all I kept hearing was rape. I noticed it stopped when I started asking about it, and it became, and I ain't just boasting that I put a stop to it. No, I don't know. They stopped saying rape. They started saying assault. But the first thing I did was cut to the chase with Christine Ruley when she was one of the first ones. She started telling me she wasn't going to get graphic unless I wanted to get into the, and I didn't. She got graphic anyway, which told me something. And then I asked her in the middle of her repertoire, did Bill Cosby rape you? She said, no. I said, well, what do you do? Well, then what is this about? I believe he did it to my friend, but she don't want to come forth. Yes. Let them ask their question. Yes, we have a caller.
Yes, son of man, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, this is Sister Dave in Patterson. When that gentleman, or it may have been a lady that called in saying back in the 70s, a student, well, I don't think it was the 70s. I don't know. I've been here in Mississippi 21 years. It may have been before I left New Orleans. And you may recall, no, it happened since 1994. You might remember that NBC was up for sale at the time, and Bill Cosby had the money to buy that station. I don't know if you remember this, but
I remember him trying to buy it.
Okay, but he has 2 daughters, I believe, and a son. You remember his son was murdered on the interstate in Los Angeles, and supposedly he was killed by a Russian mafia. And then there was a young girl who came out of the clear saying that she was Bill Cosby's father.
You mean daughter?
Bill Cosby was her father, and they had proof, supposedly, of him paying checks for her college and all. And I don't know if back then if they did the DNA to prove that that was not his child. But I have a copy of New York Magazine, and I'll send it to you. I think there's 35 women that's on the cover, and you know how they send messages. Some of us can read through the lines. All of the women on the cover of this New York Magazine, I can't see the date, but it's been since all this has been happening. The photographer had them all dressed in black. And once you go inside of the magazine, the 35 women, well, supposedly it's up to 50 now. When you go inside of the magazine, all of the women are dressed in white. So I guess they're trying to say that he defiled them, or, well, you know, we're reading through the lines because, you know, here in America, anything that's black is negative, and anything that's white. But I just wanted to add that. But the black community, and you know, when we say things, they always refer to it as conspiracy theories. But a lot of blacks that I know think that that was done to keep him from buying NBC. And like I said, that's been within the last 20 years. I'm sure if you go in on the internet, you could see it. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that to you all.
Well, the thing is that Dr. Cosby is one that kind of slipped through the cracks of Hollywood. Mm-hmm. Because generally, right, in order to, it's no accident that none of the other black well-known stars are speaking out for him. That's no accident.
Well, he did give billions to black universities. I can say that.
Well, see, that's no accident. You see, those who control the media, the powerful people behind the media, mm-hmm, they always get something on you.
Oh yes. Oh,
the problem with Bill Cosby, they didn't have nothing on him.
Right. Can I mention one other?
And the rest of them.
I have a back issue.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a back issue of Emerge magazine, which is no longer in print. In fact, they brought that out to put, that was the best black magazine that I ever saw published, and a white conglomerate bought it and made it into more of like an ebony. But I have that copy of Camille Cosby on the cover, and the year that was published, that's been 20 years ago, she and Bill got their PhD up at University of Mass in Amherst. And her dissertation, believe it or not, was how television, or I call it television, how it influenced our black children, which, you know, they claim our children watch more TV than any other racial group or not. But that was what her PhD was about, how TV, and it became a book. In fact, a student came to my house to see if I had a copy, but I didn't, but I'm going to see if I can find it. And, you know, the other thing they've done, you know, they've taken his passport from him also.
Well, that's neither here nor there. I mean, right, Bill Cosby don't really need no passport. The thing is, what people have to understand is that whenever a black man decides, once he gets some money, that he wants to help his own people and start really doing something that's worthwhile,
All right.
well, then they go after him.
Oh, yeah.
And so, you know, and the only reason that they didn't go after the Honorable Elijah Muhammad with their media and all of that kind of stuff was because he's God's representative. And they knew that they wasn't going to put no microphone in his face. And that's why you don't see them putting no microphone in my face.
Right.
Because, you know, they don't want to talk to no black man that has knowledge that can talk back to them, and it's not them talking to themselves through a black man.
Right.
You see?
Yeah, well,
And so Dr. Cosby has been a decent man. When I say decent, I'm talking about compared to every other man in this country. Look at all these other men, presidents and all. What is he guilty of that President Kennedy wasn't guilty of?
right.
What my daddy, I mean, I love my daddy. But my daddy did things that he ain't had no business. That don't take away from the fact that he looked out for me, that he cared about me, and he cared about my mama. And he never hurt my mother. And so this is the same with Dr. Cosby. It ain't nobody in this country that's so squeaky clean that they can call themselves judging him. A country full of homosexuals and lesbians and pedophiles and Congress people raping page boys and all this kind of stuff. Who in the world you think you talking to? I know what goes on in America.
Yeah.
Got all these free porn sites on what's on the internet. I've been there and saw them. When you want to come out here and with your hypocritical selves, going after that man who ain't did nothing but try to look out for us.
Oh.
It's disgusting.
What broadcast was that you were on when you were on earlier?
Oh, that was I'll tell you in just a moment. It was called Center Stage, and it's in the I don't know where they hailed from, but I know the number. I'll give it to you. It's 347-850.
Yeah, well, I don't have a pen here in front of me. That's okay. I thought it's someone that you knew in Detroit who
No, they got in touch with us and asked me would I come on, and I told them yes. You know, I mean, I didn't know them, but you know, if I'm ever invited to come into someone's forum, I always accept. I mean, you know, I'm always anxious to be able to talk with people. That's why I know them women lying. Here, I got a big audience. If they had some evidence that they could present that would show that, Bill, I'm a good ally to have. Because if you bring me something that is really right, I'll help you fight your fight. But at the same time, you come to me with a lie, I'll find you out.
Okay, well, I'll hang up and I'll continue to listen until you sign up.
All right. So I want, So I want all of you to know that I'm not, it's just like the man come in there wanting to talk about calling white folks out their name. I'm not into that. You have not found no partner to help you disrespect people. It's just like I was listening to Donald Trump on there. I mean, the man is he's just out there. I mean, he's way out. I mean, listen to this. Let me show you something. I think I got it right here. Let's see here. This is some strange stuff.
The only people who don't want to disclose the truth are people with something to hide.
Now that started off right. The only people who don't want to expose the truth is someone who have people who have something to hide. Now, listen to this.
We have to be politically correct. So they can chop off the heads of an American Christian, and we can't waterboard. It's not fair. No, it's not fair.
This is a man that wants to be president of a civilized nation. He said he wants to make America great again. And he thinks that if people around the world is chopping people's heads off, that we ought to do that too. He thinks that we should torture people. You suppose that will make people want to follow your way of life? Is them chopping people's heads off making you feel like you want to go join with them? Does it make you feel like you want whatever religion they offering you? Then why would he make the statement like he made?
No, think of how crazy and how lopsided our country has become. Think of what's going on. Think of what's going on. Think of why we're not respected. Think about Sergeant Bergdahl, a traitor. Think of it. He's a dirty, rotten traitor.
What was he when he volunteered to go into the military? There ain't no draft no more. So he volunteered to go into the military. The government sent him to fight in a war that he didn't even know why he was there. Don't none of it. I didn't know why I was in Vietnam. I was just there. But I was there because I joined the Marines and my order said go. And I went. You call him this the man that wants to be commander-in-chief over the military. This is the man that, you know what the commander-in-chief, that's what the president is in America. He's the commander-in-chief. There ain't nobody higher than him in the military. He's over the military. How many soldiers then came back here from war zones with mental issues? You think they just got them mental issues when they got back here? Here, the young man walked off his post. Let me show you something here. When I was over in Vietnam, I didn't know why I was there. None of us know why we was there. But we used to sit around kicking it, counting the days when we could come back to the world. That's what we call it, coming back to the world. because we had completely left the world that we had known. I want to show you something here.
Sergeant Bo Bergdahl was released by the Taliban-aligned Haqqani network in May 2014 as part of a prisoner swap with the United States. He'd been captive for 5 years. Now, he's facing charges of desertion, which could see him imprisoned for life in a U.S. military jail. In the days before he went missing, The Guardian's Sean Smith spent a short time filming at Bo Bergdahl's observation post in eastern Afghanistan. We don't hear much from Bergdahl himself, but it's clear that among his unit there are doubts about the mission. At the time, the US was implementing COIN, a counterinsurgency strategy based on working closely with village elders and the Afghan military. That's it. I brush my teeth and I wash my balls. That's pretty much it. How about dropping a little coin? They got wave to me. The guy in the car waved. Okay. They do that every now and then. No, he's making fun of coin. This culture here is very part of the family. What's that? You're a stranger. Strangers treat you courteously, but they're somewhat standoffish. Hopefully we'll be able to build a rapport for the local ANP, the national forces, so that they can start working with people more to stabilize their own country. So we can get the hell out eventually. No, that's a lie. We don't hate us here. On his rounds at the camp,
The soldiers were saying they all hate us here anyway. We used to say that in Vietnam. People don't care nothing about us. Listen.
an officer walks up to the hilltop observation post, where Bergdahl, seen here crouching, and his fellow soldiers are on watch.
It's not going to be pretty when they come up here and they get pissed off on us for desecrating the expert graveyard. It's a good spot. So we'll be able to rotate y'all because we got some work down there. I'm doing my rounds, walking around, talking to different people.
This is a screen right here. This is Hilton. This is the fucking Afghan Hilton.
Oh, yeah, it's Hilton. 5 people living in.
Watch out for that, man.
Living with dead people.
Yeah.
Does this look good on me or what?
The 80s? This is the 80s right here or what?
The local population are wary of the Americans.
Now, if you notice, Bergdahl ain't hardly saying anything to nobody. He just, when his superior officer came up there and was saying something, he just said, "Roger that, sir." And well, he had already started exhibiting signs of stress. People that get under stress, one of the symptoms of it is they don't want to talk much.
It would have been test fire from the outbreaks.
Right now, it's
Bergdahl is seen here, involved in this exchange with a...
He wasn't involved in it. He was standing there looking at him and listening.
a local man.
Mine,
top. Communications with the local man have to be through an interpreter over the radio.
I think it's for National Guard. Thank you. Grab your hat. See what shirt up there? You got a wing.
Give him a couple.
No. Now we got an Indian shirt here. Okay. Last time we catch Taliban putting in a bomb, we're gonna cut their faces off. Yeah. Huh? Food? Can't give you any food, man.
So we put those dogs down there and stuff. I did follow that little white female. I think it's female.
Some people just want to be left alone.
Yeah, they did with them Russian for 17 years, and then now we're here.
Just want to be left alone, man. Cindy never right when I was there. Just feeling like be left alone. Bobs, weddings, stuff like that. That's it, man.
I'm glad we leave them alone.
As the shift changes, this is the last footage of Bo Bergdahl on duty in Afghanistan, days before he was taken prisoner.
My name is Bob Bergdahl. I'm the father of Sergeant Bo Bergdahl.
How you think the father of Mr. Sergeant Bergdahl felt to hear Donald Trump talking about his son like that? You know, if when he went into the military and went into a war zone, if his mind was okay, then all of a sudden he just get up and walk away. He didn't lift no weapon against his own countrymen. He just out there walking and got captured. You don't find something strange about that? And you don't think you need to bring him home? So if you send anybody or any of these young men off over to war and something happened to him mentally, well, tough. He's a coward. That sound pretty bold coming from somebody who never spent a day in the military or in a war zone, don't it? No sense in me lying. When I got back here to the States, I was a nervous wreck and had about became one over there. And I wasn't even in the military. I was an armorer. But being in a war zone, knowing that a bullet could find you anytime, and you'll never hear the one that got you. You don't know what a stressful thing that is until you get out of there. Or until you sitting around relaxing or trying to relax. And then to hear somebody back here running for president, this the man that wants to be the president of the United States, and letting the servicemen hear him stand up there and show them what he would do if they got captured. I mean, we already know that something had to be wrong with that young man in order for him to walk off like that. And what? They know them people didn't care nothing about him. And I bet you them people who captured him knew that his mind wasn't right. But what use is it killing somebody whose mind ain't really all there? So, but here we got Mr. Trump back here. the chief bully. You know, I'm so thankful that Allah been guarding who he let get in that office. You notice he said Mr. Bergdahl was responsible for the deaths of six people. Let me let you hear it. Let's see.
The only people who don't want to disclose the truth are people with something to hide.
We have to be politically correct so they can chop off the heads of an American Christian, and we can't waterboard. It's not fair.
It's the Christians who said that we don't torture people. What you think makes the Holy Quran says that those nearest in friendship to the prophets are those who say we are Christian. You know why it says nearest in friendship? It is because the Holy Bible says, you are my friend if you do whatsoever I command you. And those nearest to doing whatsoever God's words say are those who say we are Christian. Mr. Trump, he throw the word Christian out there, and then he suggests that you do like terrorists do. Then if you condemn them for doing those heinous acts, why would you want to copy that? You don't repel evil with evil. That's the Rifle Association's thing. The only way to stop a bad man with a gun is a good man with a gun. So the good and the bad are alike then, huh? Both of them get guns. When you concede that the only way you can fight evil is with evil, well, then you have become evil. But just because there's a whole lot of people agree with you, that don't make you right. It was a whole lot of people agreed with them Jews when they were saying, let Jesus be crucified. Just because all the people agreed with them didn't make them right. But listen.
It's not fair. So now think of it. Think of how how crazy and how lopsided our country has become. Think of what's going on. Think of what's going on. Think of why we're not respected. Think about Sergeant Bergdahl, a traitor, a traitor.
He's telling you that America is not respected. If America was not respected, people wouldn't be trying to flee their country to get here. To get away from tyrants. To get away from people who persecute you because they disagree with you. Why does he think America ain't great? He's running for president of a country that he don't think is great, and insulting its people by telling them he want to make it great again. And that statement says that he don't think it's great now. I'd have had more respect for him if he'd have said, I want to make it greater. But to try to tell you that you're not in the greatest nation on earth, I can qualify that. Relative to whatever else is around, America is the greatest. And didn't I tell you, you heard me say it, that if you attack this country, it's going to be treated as though you attacked me. You notice everybody that's doing some attacking, that man shot that officer 11 times. He didn't die. They caught him too, didn't they? They caught them crooks that was out there, one from Texas, another one from where? California? Yeah.
Actually, the officer that got shot,
I know, yeah, I saw that. The point is that all your schemes against this country, and you talking about you a Muslim. Muslims are not murderers. Muslims are not people who attack you when you're not fighting them. If it's some American people that are fighting you, then I would say, yeah, fight back. But when you coming over here doing this and you're running people out of your land that trying to live at peace in their own home, then you won't let them, and you claiming that you got God's religion. You ain't nothing but a bunch of devils. And your answer when someone disagree with you, you want to murder them. What did he say? He's pledged his allegiance to ISIS. He's doing this in the name of Islam. Jesus said, many gonna come in my name saying I'm Christ and shall deceive many. Anytime a person care to look up the meaning of the word Islam and look at what you're doing, they know you ain't nothing but a lying hypocrite. Because what you're doing don't go along with what that word Islam means. So let's let Mr. Trump get through, say some more.
He's a dirty, rotten traitor. 6 people died going after him. They died. 6 young, incredible, brave people died.
Didn't Mr. Trump just get through pledging his allegiance to the Republican Party? He says 6 wonderful, brave. Let's see here. Let him say it again.
They died. 6 young, incredible, brave people died. The deal is we get Trader Bergdahl, they get 5 of the best people that they have, that they've been after for 10 years.
You know, that sounds strange coming from him who just pledged his allegiance to not the United States, but to a party, a political party in America. You know, in Germany, they had what was called the Nazi Party that gained power over the nation and took that nation into one of the darkest times in their whole history. He put on a show of being concerned about, and when I looked up the thing on what he was saying there, because I wanted to know, did that happen? It says, I asked how many people died because of Sergeant Bergdahl. And it gave a strange answer. It says the allegation that Sergeant Bo Bergdahl's disappearance and alleged desertion led to the deaths of at least 6 soldiers has intensified the public reaction to news that the U.S. exchanged 5 Taliban leaders for Bergdahl. But a closer examination of the story calls into question claims that a number of soldiers died in the process of looking for the missing infantryman. In a CNN story entitled, "How Did 6 Die After Bergdahl's Disappearance?" Jake Tapper writes, interviews with soldiers familiar with the specific missions in which the 6 died suggests the charge that the search for Bergdahl resulted in 6 deaths is complicated, but without merit, given how much the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment became focused on personal recovery after Bergdahl vanished from his guard post on June 30th, 2009. So even though subsequently in looking for him, some got killed, 4,000 people, 4,000 brave young men and women died in Iraq based on a lie that the Republicans pushed and condoned. And I don't hear him saying nothing about the administration that let those young people die based on a lie. Now he wants to come in here and insult. He insults when you understand something, when you insult or discard a wounded warrior for a cause that you sent him to and he got some kind of way messed up, do you know what that says about you? Do you know what that message sent to an intelligent person is? That you serve in my service, you serve me at your own risk. If something happened to you, if you get out there and somehow malfunction, I'm gonna turn on you. That man ain't got no business even running for president. He need to go back and run his business, his cutthroat way of doing business. That's you know what they say about business. Business is a cutthroat thing. It's dog eat dog. Shrewd businessman. You can't run a country like you run a business. And you sure can't run your military like you run your business. You don't ask a man to put his life on the line for you, and then when something go wrong with him, you desert him. And you call him the deserter? And then you go to the Veterans Administration and tell them you gonna make sure that the veterans are well treated? Yeah, like Mr. Bergdahl? Do you know how many years? I mean, he was a sergeant. Which means he had been in the military for a little while. You don't get to be sergeant by just you've been there a year. You done been around some. But why don't some of you all that disagree with me, why don't you tell me why? Did that man's father and mother still love him? They still Americans. They want their son home. Yes. Yes, unmute their phone. Let them unmute their phone. Fix them phones where the people can unmute their phone, brother. Yes.
Q&A session is over.
Who wanted to ask a question? Unmute your own phone. Just press *6.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, to hear me, son of man.
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you.
Oh, come on now. You know I don't like that. Don't just stop me to say thank you or whatever. I don't want to hear all that.
I do have something to say because.
Well, what is your question?
Well, I know about Bill Cosby.
Look, I'm not talking about Bill Cosby right now. I'm talking about something else right now.
I know, but I know that.
Okay, well, you know, I mean, Dr. Cosby. Dr. Cosby has people that is now filing lawsuits. He has a team of lawyers that's on top of what they need to be doing, and I support their efforts. I support Dr. Cosby, but right now we're talking about something else. So don't stop me in the middle of that to go back to a subject that I done left.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, now these, George Washington, as I was reading to you all before, that George Washington warned about the dangers of parties. And his warning now is proving to have been timely and true. It's a terrible thing for people to get up. And what you think a wounded man has to have some kind of physical wound in order to be wounded? You go into I didn't realize how much seeing dead bodies and people with their legs blowed off and laid out like so much trash cans. I didn't know how much that affected me until after the fact. A lot of things that you think you agreeing with, your mind will back up on you on that one day. Donald Trump people had money. I guess that's why he could get they say he in good health now. as old as he is. But during the time when Vietnam was going, he had a medical reasons why he couldn't go. Well, okay, fine. I can respect that. Only he knows whether or not he wanted to serve or whether he wanted to not go. I know I volunteered. You know, I don't believe in taking an opinion simply because it's popular, or simply because I'm in the middle of a crowd of people that wants to do something. Then all of a sudden I'm gonna do it too, to go along with the crowd. No, that ain't me. I can't do that. You can be on my side, agreeing with me on something, and you say something that go to do something that I don't think is right. I'm not gonna be ashamed to tell you. I gotta tell you. You heard the man come in there thinking because he done found a forum where you know, I talk about white people. Well, I'm not gonna sit up here and let you come in my forum and be disrespecting, doing to white people what you always holler that they wrong for doing to you. Call him by his name. Now, if you got a bone to pick, then you pick that bone. But don't you make up something to be insulting with. Because even when you don't like a person, that don't give you the right to insult them. If you want to talk to me, you will talk to me in civilized dialogue, the same as I do you. You won't come in here with your cursing and swearing. You know, so, you know, and it's a right way. The only way you can seek justice is that if you go after justice in a just manner. That's why I always leave the door of disagreement open. If a person has a legitimate disagreement with me, and I say I believe in justice, I have to allow them to express their disagreement. But most people think disbelief is disagreement. Disbelief is not a disagreement. A disagreement is a fact that disproves or argues or discounts something that you presented. When a person brings you a fact that does not agree with you and what you're saying, then they have a disagreement. Facts have nothing to do with beliefs. Facts stand on their own, whether you believe them or not. And when you say you don't believe them and the person asks you why not, and you can say because I don't believe, well, then you ain't got no facts. You got no basis for your disbelief. So what you really saying is you reject that fact. Well, rejection, that's your prerogative. So, but if he making all of that hoopla over a mentally impaired soldier. Then where's his indignation over the 4,000 young men and women that died over in Iraq? For nothing. He just pledged his allegiance to the leading party of the nation that started that stuff in Iraq. You let all these people, just like I was listening to Ted Cruz today talking about them two people that got caught. If this administration's vetting of people that's coming to this country, if it's so lax, how did they catch them two people? You know, it's a shame and a disgrace for people who claim to be running for the highest office in the land to be, while they trying to run for that office, disrespecting the office that they're running for by getting out publicly trying to ridicule and mock the one that's currently holding that office. They didn't do that to George Bush. When he was in office, even when they disagreed with him, they expressed it in a civilized way. And you know, even when he said we going to war in Iraq, the Congress gave the chief executive what he wanted. Now all of a sudden the Congress thinks that somehow it's their job to oversee the chief executive, while they claim that the branches are equal. Well, if the three branches, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative, if they are equal, then why they always call themselves overseeing the president? In other words, the executive branch don't answer to you. And you don't answer to him. Actually, you answer to him more than he answers to you. Because when you pass a law or whatnot, it ain't good until he sign off on it. And then it ain't etched in stone because the judicial branch, the Supreme Court, can say, hey, that's not constitutional. That law ain't, you know, if it ever come up before them. If someone challenges it and they're willing to hear it, they can declare its constitutionality or declare that it's not. It's all checks and balances. If I got that wrong, some of y'all straighten it out. I don't claim to be no expert on the government of America, but I'm not the dullest knife in the drawer either. So they want to try to always second guess the president now. Hit him, tell him, hey, he ain't did nothing right. Why? Because he black. Have they ever agreed with anything this president wanted to do? Here you got a man running for President Donald Trump that wanted to accuse the president of not even being an American, when he truly is an African American. President Obama is not the descendant of no slave. You do know that, don't you? His mother was an American white woman, and his father was an African black man. So, I mean, here, you know, I mean, it's hard to believe you have fallen so far. This man goes around America insulting everybody, even white people. He insults his own white people. If they don't agree with him, he insults them. And he claims he wants to make America great while trying to keep Americans at each other's throats. Y'all better wake up. I'm talking to the owners of this country. You better wake up. You sitting up talking about you need a businessman. If I'm not mistaken, the business people is what owns all these multinational corporations that's done moved all of the industry out of here. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. You running around here pointing your finger at me because my skin is black. So the niggas is our problem. We don't run nothing in this country. We don't have nothing to fight you with. How we become the problem? I'll tell you how. It's because you have an unjust, wicked mind. And if you didn't have me and my people to take your frustration out on, you'd be killing each other. Because you're just some bloodthirsty people. And that's why you see all them storms and stuff lined up coming after you. And that's why you can't open your mouth and say nothing to me that I'm telling you something that is disrespectful or wrong. Because the only thing I'm doing is telling you the truth. And I leave these phone lines open to listen to you tell me anything that I got wrong. And I'm warning you, you better stop calling these wicked people who run around here murdering folks and doing all kind of evil. You better stop calling these people Muslims. I don't call the murdering police officers Christian police. I don't call them that. I don't call these crooked grand juries and all of that stuff Christians. Because Christian mean, according to what I read, one who believes in and follows the teachings of Jesus. Jesus didn't never teach people to lie and be unjust to other people. So what I look like calling you by definition, why would I call you a Christian? No, you're just a wicked devil. So don't be calling them devils Muslims. They're just a bunch of devils. If you notice, black people have never called the Ku Klux Klan Christians. No, sir. We just call them the KKK. We don't call them the CKKK. That's because we are honest people. We don't associate wickedness. We didn't associate wickedness with Christian. And you talk about the president. Not only do the Democratic president know that wickedness these people doing is not Islam, a Republican president told you the same thing. George W. Bush told you that that's not Islam. I speak for Muslims. I'm the head of all Muslims. And those people and what they are practicing has nothing to do with me, nor any prophet. They misread the Holy Quran and give it their own understanding. And then they claim that they are doing what the Holy Quran says, when in actuality they're doing what they think. And putting Allah's name on it, forging a lie against Allah. Chopping the head off with the sword ain't had nothing to do with shedding people's blood. As Jesus said in the 10th chapter of Matthew, he said, "Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. Nay, I came not to send peace, but a sword." The scripture says, out of his mouth proceedeth a sharp, two-edged sword. You notice it's like I done chopped the heads off of all of the so-called leaders in religion. Because ain't none of them come in here and say I'm wrong. But what? So I done took the sword of truth and took their heads. Huh? Every time they bring up somebody they claim to be following, I take them from them. You know how I take them from them? I say, call him up and get him in here. And let me talk to him. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to your head. Some of them used to say, well, he too busy to be talking to you. You ain't nobody. I remind them, there are no big eyes and little U's in Islam. What you mean he too busy to talk to me? You notice I'm not too busy to talk to somebody. And I'm the Son of Man. Is your leader saying he the Son of Man? No, he ain't saying it. He's scared to say it. Tell him come say it to me. I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm jugging at you. What? Donald Trump, the man who would be king. You notice he talk like a king now. Get him out of here. Keep his coat. Ain't that something? That's the way bullies are. They always want to run over people if they're in a position to do so. So you want to bully for a president, huh? And you think that's going to make America great? Have you ever saw a bully that you really admired? Especially when he started bullying you. Oh, he gonna work his way to you. Anybody that befriends a bully, pretty soon that bully works his way to him. He already bullied him. That's why he's scared to disagree with him. Huh? And that would be fine if the bully was always right. Then he wouldn't be a bully. He'd be a messenger of God. But if he ain't always right, why you don't disagree with him when he do something that's just wrong? I can understand putting someone out when they disagree with you and get belligerent and disrespectful. But when a person asks you a question, you should answer them, especially if you want to be their president. They have a right to expect you to respect them enough. If you want their vote, then let them be satisfied that you have respect for them, since they're going to turn their future and the direction of their nation over to your guidance. Any white people that hear me saying these things, if I'm wrong, come and tell me what's wrong with what I'm saying. Forget that I'm black. Deal with what I'm saying. What's wrong with what I'm saying? Man, still I'm told you that he can't be bought. Said that he's not going to say he won't run as a third party candidate if the Republican. He said he wouldn't. Then when they came and talked to him, he signed the pledge. Well, and then claim he didn't get nothing. Then he turned around and said, but they said they would deal fairly with me. Well, if anyone that can make a man that has been that staunch about doing things his way, anyone that can make him change his mind and change a stand that he took, you should fear them more than you should him. They made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Huh? You think I'd be standing up talking like this if Allah wasn't with me? Do you? Allah told me what you would. He said, son of man, be not afraid of their words nor their looks, for they are a rebellious house. So I invite any candidate to come into this forum and let me interview them. I'd like to interview Donald Trump because I'd like to ask him some questions about what he's doing. Why are you putting the people, trying to put the American people against each other? Why do you feel it's necessary for you to insult my people, insult Spanish people, insult even your own people? How do you have a rally and you only want people to come to the rally that agree with you? What kind of stuff is that? So what kind of cabinet will you choose? Will you choose people that respect you, or will you choose a bunch of yes men? I should say, will you choose people that you respect, or just a bunch of yes men? And believe me, yes men are not respected by the one who wants them around it. You can tell how I feel about yes men. You notice some people come in here trying to tell me how much they appreciate what I'm doing. I tell them, I don't want to hear that. You know, I'm not looking for a bunch of yes men. I need thinkers around me, so that I can ask, what do you think about this? I was thinking about doing this. What's your opinion? Even the Lone Ranger had Tano. And he would ask his opinion sometime. Nobody wants somebody around him that, whatever you think, whatever you say. That ain't me. I already know. Anyone that's in charge of something already knows that they got the last word. You don't have to tell them that whatever you think, whatever you say. They know that. But if they ask you your opinion, they haven't made up their mind yet. Now, here's a man, he don't want nobody around him, don't agree with him. That's because he don't understand number business. And being a CEO in a business, and even in that, well, I ain't been around him when he's in his business meetings and stuff. I assume he have some respect for his accountants and people that's around him. But I don't want nobody up over me that don't have no respect for me. And if you disrespect any serviceman, you ain't got no business in charge of none of the servicemen. Those men have to go lay down their lives for on your word. And they need to know if they got your back, you got theirs. Was Mr. Sergeant Bergdahl all of those low-down names that he is calling him when he joined the military? When they sent him off over there, was he a deserter? Well, what happened to him over there that made him walk off? You should want to know. Because he wanted to come back home. Is that a deserter? Why would he want to come back if he's a deserter? Why would he want to come home? Some crazy folks, man. You know, I met some, matter of fact, most of the people that I met in the military that were enlisted men, it was just everyday people, man. And in one sense, that's one thing they didn't tell too much a lie about. In the Marine Corps, till you start seeing how some of them officers acted. But for the most part, the enlisted men, everybody was green, man. It is, man. Talking about they don't want no gun-free zones in there, even on the military bases. He wants people. That man don't know nothing about what happened on no military base. You talking about trouble? You start letting soldiers and Marines keep guns in their wall lockers and stuff like that. Man, them fights would turn into riots. Because everybody goes to the enlisted man's club and brag about how drunk they got the next day. Me bragging, I got knee walking last night. But you don't hear about nobody shooting up nobody and all that kind of thing on no base, because you can't just go get a gun. You might get busted in your nose or hit in the eye or something, but you live through that and laugh about it later. Am I lying, brother? All right. And any man that's been in the military knows, yeah, we got in fights, but we wasn't permanent enemies. You know? And for the most part, we all looked out for each other. Go in town, white and black. And then anybody start something with one of us, all of us jump on. Well, that was the truth. We weren't gonna let you beat up there. No, you don't jump on no Marine, man. No, we learned to care about each other. Hey, you got this man here trying to turn the servicemen against each other. Most of the service people take their lead from politicians. The politicians are over the military. Now here you come. With your seeds of dissension. You know what the scriptures say about a man that sows discord among people who should be brethren? That's the last thing that the Lord hates. He that soweth discord among brethren. I want to publicly say thank you to President Obama and his administration for bringing that young man back home. And I hope that the military will do right by that young man. Because whatever made him go off, or whatever sent him off, it happened to him while he was in that zone. And instead of talking about court-martialing him, what you need to do is show some compassion on him, just like you. I mean, they started showing compassion when they said, we ain't gonna be no waterboarding people here. If you show that kind of compassion on people who fought and tried to kill you, which is the right thing to do, how much more compassion should you show to your own sons and daughters who got mentally wounded, defending you? Don't turn on each other. Defend one another. That's what will make your enemies fear to attack you. When you stand solid as a wall to defend one another, and at the same time, stand for what's right. So that's what makes people from around the globe want to hear more about your Constitution. That's what makes people envy you. Don't become like that which people running away from. Let every one of us remember, you have a stake here. The continent of North America produced us. Even though Allah didn't give us no scriptures, it seems that when you look at the way we conduct ourselves, we wasn't the original recipients of the Holy Bible, and we wasn't the original recipients of the Holy Quran. But people who were the recipients of those books are running here seeking justice from the land that was the birthplace of the scriptures. Don't turn this into a mirage. Respect your country. Respect the good and the best of what you stand for. And that ain't going to erase the evil that you do, but it will make you keep working on correcting the evil that you do. You know, Allah does not just judge and destroy a nation because of its evil. He judges a nation based on what it's doing to correct itself. Or do you intend to continue to go on doing this and worse? And he knows the hearts. He knows the intent. So, and if Allah said he's going to judge this nation whom we served, I'm warning all the rest of y'all that think you want to come over here and do something to this country. You better stay out of Allah's business. You ain't got nothing to do with judging this nation. Yeah. Allah said, leave me alone with him whom I created and gave vast riches and sons dwelling in his presence. You left me alone over here when I was hollering for help. You left me alone over here when I was being lynched and burned and everything else. You better leave me alone now. You left me alone with these people. So you get on back to where you got some control. And if you wanna call yourself gonna show a better way, then you can start in your own country with your own people and show that you are better than what you call the great Satan. Because from where I'm standing, you the one look like the Satan. Calling yourself a Muslim. You're not no Muslim. Don't nobody have to fear when they see a Muslim coming. They have a thing that they say when they go to pilgrimage. They say, here I am in your august presence. And I expect blessings. I don't expect somebody to murder me when I go around a Muslim. I expect people who believe in freedom, justice, and equality of man. There are no kings in Islam. Allah is the king. And we are all brethren. No big eyes and little U's. And no compulsion in religion. If a man say he don't want to serve Allah, that ain't none of your business. That's between him and Allah. You'd have killed Jonah with your attitude. Remember, Jonah didn't want to go and tried to run away. But what would you have done? Killed him? Because he didn't want to obey what Allah wanted him to do. Then he'd have never had a chance to repent, would he? What did Jonah do when he saw that the ship was being all towed up? And he told them, he said, this is happening because of me. Y'all got to throw me over. Y'all got to get rid of me. Huh? And everything calmed down when they threw him off the ship, didn't it? Right? Then he went and did what God wanted him to do. When it comes to Allah's messengers, his messengers is the only one don't have no choice but to do what he say. Doth the clay say to the potter, why'd you make me thus? You remember Allah said, I'm going to create a mortal of sounding clay, of black mud fashioned into shape. I can't say to Allah, I'm not going to stand up here and deliver his message because Donald Trump going to get me. Donald Trump and all the Donald Trumps on this planet ain't going to do nothing to me. You think it's something big for a man to stand up that have power to bully people? Ain't nothing big and bad about that. He don't watch what he say. He just say what he about. That's what the scripture says. The fool uttereth all his mind. I'll show you. All you people boasting on a man who, this is Proverbs, the 29th chapter. You know, it's funny how people talk about the scripture, but don't ever look to see what's in them. In the 29th chapter of Proverbs, it says, and the let's go to the 8th verse. I could go through the whole thing, but it's late. So I'm going to let y'all go in a minute. It says, scornful men bring a city into a snare, but wise men turn away wrath. You want to know what a leader is? A real president, when he walks into that's one thing I have to give John McCain, and I don't think he was faking at the time. When them people was in there and mad and saying that Obama's he's a Muslim and he ain't no good American. John McCain said, wait a minute. He's a decent man. And he stopped that foolishness. And I was proud of him at that. Not just because President Obama was black, but because he showed that he knew what office he was running for. And it's not the president's job to put Americans against each other. It's the president's job to make Americans remember that you are brethren. Do you understand? And as long as you remember that you are brethren, even when you get into skirmishes and whatnot. I grew up with brothers. Me and some of my brothers got into tussling and fighting and whatnot, hitting each other and stuff. But we were careful how we did it. We didn't put no knife on one another. We held our punches. Because through it all, we knew we were brothers. If you want to understand how to rule the house called a nation, you have to understand how to rule an individual house, what the rule is. Brethren don't kill each other. Brethren, even in arguments, they don't abuse. If a wise man contended with a foolish man, whether he rage or laugh, there is no rest. Meaning that it's never going to stop. You've seen that with some of these fellows that come in here. I fuss at them. That don't do no good. I laugh with them. That don't do no good. They still keep on coming in, being disrespectful and hateful. While I'm trying to show them respect. Unmute their phone while you're talking. They see a peaceful environment. They got to come in here and say something hateful. So, the bloodthirsty hate the upright. And, people that want to go kill somebody, they hate to hear me standing up here telling them what's right. The bloodthirsty hate the upright. They hate the prophets. That's why you never hear the words of the prophet coming out of their mouth. But notice, they pledge their allegiance to some group, talking about ISIS. You don't find ISIS in the Holy Quran. The prophets were many. The light of the body is the eye. Prophet Muhammad said that the Antichrist is indeed one-eyed. They pledge their allegiance to some crook that they follow and call themselves a sheikh this or whatever. They his loyal follower. While claiming to believe in the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible. But they not acting on what's in the Holy Quran or Holy Bible. They acting on what came out that liar's mouth. Because in their heart, they think it's okay to murder people. And it says, the bloodthirsty hate the upright. Remember, Job was a perfect and what kind of man? Well, now you know who the upright is. It's talking about the prophets. And it says, but the just seek his soul. Yes. The just man seeks the wisdom of the upright. He seeketh his soul. And it says, a fool uttereth all his mind. You know, they always bragging about how Donald Trump, he don't care about being politically correct. He can't control his mouth. Oh, he refuses to control his mouth. He thinks that his wealth, I guess, makes it okay, whatever he want to say about people. He just say it. Whatever he want to say to people, he just say it. And that's the kind of person that you want to occupy the highest office in the land. A man that thinks that it is some kind of virtue to say whatever he thinks. That's not virtuous. That's foolish. I mean, what? I have thoughts that I ain't got no business saying, and I don't. Just like I have gas, and I don't pass gas every time I want to. Because it is impolite and it is uncivilized. And anybody that know that when I told you I've been in the Marine Corps, you think I don't know how to curse and swear? But I'm careful about that. That's one thing when I read this, it says, a fool uttereth all his mind, but a wise man keepeth it in till afterwards. You know what that means? The wise man keepeth his thoughts in until after he has given thought about whether it need to be said, and if so, the best way to put it. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad simply said to me, he said, think 5 times before you speak. Yes. Think about the 5 times of prayer that you have a day before you go out there and run your mouth, speaking something that you prayed and that your prayers was designed to keep you from speaking. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. You notice everybody that's taking part in these unjust, like that unjust, that unjust district attorney talking about he's filing charges against Bill Cosby. He's following the evidence. There is no evidence. The ruler has begun to hearken to lies, and all of his servants, everybody who helps him, is a wicked person. That's why they can't come in here and take advantage of this forum that they got people all over the world is able to listen in on this. We on the air, we on 2 conference rooms, we on YouTube. Who wouldn't want to come into this forum? A liar. That's why they want to come in. They don't want to come in here because the questions that I would ask would manifest that they are lying. Anyway, let me let you go. Yes.
Person asking 3 questions.
Yes. What is the question?
Will you be starting a chapter in Arkansas?
No. This is it here. My chapter is the whole world, and thanks to the internet, I don't have to have no building or nothing. we can just learn and grow together, because soon, learn what I'm teaching. If you believe in what I'm teaching and accept what I'm sharing with you, when those tornadoes and the things that's coming to get rid of people whom Allah don't want on his earth no more, they will pass over you. I don't want you to ever be afraid when you hear tornado warnings and all of that kind of thing. They're not coming after you. They are coming to protect you. So, wherever you are, and tell your loved ones, listen in to the Son of Man. Let this mind that's in the Holy Scriptures, let this knowledge be in you and this understanding be in you. And it will change you. It will make you a whole different person. It changed me. I'm not interested in harming anyone. All I want to do is help people, because I understand that we are all family. I really understand that now. And I wish you well. I wish every one of you peace. And I go past wishing it. As you listen to me, you discover that I'm giving you peace. I don't just wish it to you. Then I speak it, and if you take it in, it begins to do in your mind what it has done in mine. It sets you at peace. And the first thing happens when you accept what I'm teaching. You stop being afraid. They shall not fear, nor shall they grieve. That's right. That's why I told you. These people trying to put fear in us. Fear what? Allah is with us. Of whom shall we be afraid? No. Fear Allah and Him alone. And when you fear, just like a child, when they fear their parent, whatever mama said, whatever daddy said, that's what they do. And they start discovering after a while that all daddy and mama wanted to do was tell them things that's going to help them. We ain't doing Allah no favor. He the one doing us the favor by guiding us so that we don't fall victim to an evil world. What was the other two questions?
Second question is, what does jihadist mean?
That's just a term that wicked people use to try to justify their wickedness by putting a term. The term jihad actually means the holy war. And so when a person calls himself a jihadist, they saying they believe in fighting a holy war. But that's just a false term that the wicked use to try to cover the fact that they ain't nothing but murderers. Because jihad is not a war that you fight outside of yourself. Jihad is the war that the righteous fight every day within themselves to get rid of their own evil. It's a holy war. It's the battle that goes on inside each of us between our good thoughts and our evil thoughts. That's why it's so necessary for you to get in these classes, so that the good thoughts that I share with you from Allah will give you the strength to reject and resist your own evil. Submit yourselves, therefore, unto God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. You see, and what do you think in electronics? They don't call them resistors anymore, but that's what they are. They are resistors that restrict the flow of current. And that's what Allah wants us to do with the evil thoughts. He gives us knowledge that enables us to resist the flow of evil thoughts in the way of instructions to tell our bodies to do things that we ain't got no business doing. Okay, well, they call them resistors. Okay. Well, as you submit to the ones who brought the word, as you submit to Jesus through obedience to his words, as you submit to Moses, remember, he called them gods to whom the word of God came. And so submit yourselves, therefore, unto God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. That's what the book teaches you. And so jihad is the fight that each of us must fight. And the only help that you're going to have is what I'm giving you. That's why David said, I lift mine eyes unto the hills from whence cometh my help, and my help cometh from the Lord. Because without strength, which represents understanding, you can't resist an evil thought. You'll be thinking like these young men that's being tricked into joining with ISIS and all of them. They think they fighting a holy war because they don't have the true understanding of the word of Allah, and consequently, they are being tricked by the devil. They have been deceived into thinking that murder is holy war, even though the devil had said, he said, I will certainly make evil fair seeming to them on earth and cause them all to deviate. Allah's word plainly says, thou shalt not kill. He didn't take that back. You can't, these same people will stand up and give a sermon talking about all men are brethren. Well, if all men are brethren, then how can you say that and then turn around and tell a man to go and kill his brother? Oh, what was the next question?
What does it mean when people say the president has the bully pulpit?
When it says the president has the bully pulpit, that simply means that the president, a good example, he's going to be given the State of the Union. And that's a must carry on most channels. And the president also is the highest position in the land. If the president gets ready to, if he go into a McDonald's, everything in that McDonald's changes as long as he's in there. And nobody talks. Generally, or in any place where the president walks in, all eyes and ears are fixed on him. Just like when people are afraid of a bully, and that bully walked in, everybody's watching him. Nobody said nothing. Well, the president, that office itself is a bully pulpit, meaning he commands attention. But it's a bully pulpit of the better kind, because you should give him your attention. You know what the reasoning is that if he was intelligent enough to work his way to that position, then he deserves to be heard. That's why it's called the Oval Office. And he's given such broad authority because he was able to convince the majority of the American people that his way of thinking, his way of doing is the right way. And that's why usually the Congress would work with the president to accomplish his goals. But because he was black, all of the rules changed. Just like the rules changed when black people were allowed to go to school. You used to didn't have to go to law school in America. All you had to do was get with a lawyer, and he'd take you under his wing, and then you could go into court with him and listen back and forth, and you just watch and listen. And when he thought you was ready to practice law, he would just simply tell the court that you were ready, and they would let you start practicing law. They stopped that when black people started going to school and everything. There's a whole lot of things that was done just to keep us back. You see. But I'm guided by Allah. That's why the questions you ask me, even if I had never thought about them, Allah gave me the answer. Why are you asking? And the only reason Donald Trump is getting so much notoriety is because they pumping him up on the news. But when the people really, American people ain't that dumb. They may sleep on you for a while. Look at the history of America. There was at one time a black man's life was worth less than a dog's. And maybe in the hearts of some people now that is true, but not in the majority. And President Obama's status is proof of that. So I don't paint all white people with the same brush anymore. And I don't want you to do that either. Martin Luther King had that right. He said, I have a dream that one day, that in America, that people will be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And, it's plenty things. There's some wrongdoing black people. I can't run around here and try to make it look like the only one doing wrong is white folks. There's a whole lot of people look like me that ain't worth a plug nickel in the condition that their mind is in. And it's a whole lot of my people that agree that we need to do better. And it's the same with white people. It's the same with Spanish Americans. It's the same with every nation of people, or nationality of people. Because basically we are all the same. And we all want the same thing. We want peace and happiness for ourselves and our families. And when we really learn to work together, we'll realize that we could have been had that if we had learned to work together. Because if all of us don't have it, the ones that don't have it ain't gonna let you have it. And they shouldn't. If one man sitting up in a house full of food starving and another man sitting up there with plenty, how in the world the man that's starving gonna be happy for the man that have plenty and the man that got plenty won't share none of it? That's all Bernie Sanders was saying when he said he's a socialist. Man is a social creature. Why do you think it's a punishment when you go to prison and they put you in solitary? They punish you with solitary confinement. You know what that means? You ain't got nobody to socialize with. The very nature of man is not good for the man to live alone. It's one thing to be by yourself, but you don't want to be always by yourself. Because man is a social creature. If you don't believe it, you really don't understand how deep that goes. Well, you notice, whoever you wind up growing up around, unless God intervene, you're the creature of who you socialize with. They start shaping you and making you. Man is he's a creature of socialization. Association brings on assimilation. That is true. How in the world I'm going to deny being an American and I grew up in America? Went to school in America. I find myself quoting the things that I've learned all my life from just growing up here. Now I'm going to turn around and tell you I hate this country. No, I do not hate this country. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't hate it either. He hated evil. And always, when people did any good, he always tried to cultivate that. All of the years that he had talked about white people, in his last sermon, when white people was doing things that helped him, he said, we want to thank the Chicago white people. He didn't say the Chicago devils. Devil is as devil does. You still call a man a wino that done cleaned himself up? Don't care what he used to be. If he was over there drinking wine every day and laying out in the gutter every day, say that old wino. The next thing you know, he ain't drinking no more. He got him a suit and stuff on. You call him a wino, then you're the fool. Can't you see he's not that anymore? Well, no, I guess you can't. And that's your problem, not mine. So I want you to grow up. Any more questions? Sir?
No, sir, that was it.
All right. May Allah bless us all, keep us safe, and in our right minds. And may He truly bless America. May Allah's Assalamu alaikum.